Good morning. Buenos días. ¿Cuánto aquí solamente habla inglés? Y si solamente habla inglés, no levantaron la mano, obviamente. Ok, yo voy a hablar un poco inglés para lo que va a venir. Quiero decirle cómo empezó este Congreso. La fundación, que yo manejo, tiene años desarrollando el Congreso de Agricultura en Ambiente Controlado, a donde nosotros traemos los expertos alrededor del mundo, de las más prestigiosas universidades, que están desarrollando estas nuevas formas de producir alimentos, incluyendo la alianza que tenemos con la NASA, a donde ellos vienen para decir todos los avances que NASA está haciendo en esta nueva tecnología y cómo nosotros como productores lo podemos aplicar hoy en día aquí en la Tierra. Y este año tenemos dos de la NASA. Entonces, cuando se estaba desarrollando el evento de ICCA, de Agricultura en Ambiente Controlado, lo dice el gobierno, ¿por qué no tenemos unos temas de blockchain? Porque entiendo que eso es lo más novedoso que hay. Entonces, bueno, también vamos a agregarle un par de temas. Y bueno, de ahí de un par de temas dijeron, ¿por qué no aumentamos y debe mediodía? Y bueno, es que mediodía, bueno, está bien, vamos a meter un mediodía, 4 o 5 temas de blockchain en el ICC, la Agricultura en Ambiente Controlado. Bueno, y entonces empezamos a trabajar y con el tiempo, yo creo que mediodía no es suficiente. Estamos hablando del gobierno porque tiene interés que esta nueva tecnología se desarrolle en Panamá. Como muchos de ustedes que están en este espacio saben que no hay nada aquí. Los bancos no entienden, el gobierno no está seguro. Quería hacer un foro como este para explicar un poco de la conciencia y el conocimiento. Entonces yo dije, bueno, también vamos a hacer un día y lo hacemos como un breakout session. Y bueno, para no darte una historia larga, de 2 temas se convirtió en 2 días. Y entonces empezamos a buscar gente local, muy limitado, como mucho que está en el tema de blockchain aquí para avanzar. Y entonces dije, bueno, vamos a empezar a traer gente de expertos de otros países. Y empezamos entonces a buscar los mejores para el tema que necesitamos para ustedes que quieren incursionar o aprender de esta nueva forma de producir alimentos, pero también, I'm talking Spanish. I'm just going to continue now in Spanish. I think the majority, we're a democratic country, so majority of we're going to go in Spanish. And so I apologize to my English-speaking friends. And afterwards, I'll gladly explain to you in English what I've been saying here for the last couple of minutes. And so anyway, como empezamos a desarrollar esto, empezamos a buscar los mejores speakers y empezamos a buscar temas que serían beneficiosos para aquí el pueblo panameño y más que todo el gobierno. Tengo entendido que aquí hay gente de la asamblea que están redactando las nuevas regulaciones o leyes sobre blockchain y criptomonedas, igual como gente del BIC y otro parte del gobierno. Entonces, de ahí nació este evento. Y bueno, como sabemos, estamos entre feriados y mucha gente, y le agradezco a todos que están aquí porque está demostrando el interés de esta nueva tecnología. Y le voy a decir, los expertos dicen que el blockchain está como el Internet en 1994, 1996. Algunos son muy jóvenes, pero algunos se recuerdan que en ese tiempo el Internet era algo que había mucho potencial, pero la gente todavía no sabía cómo se iba a utilizar. En ese momento no había Facebook, no había Google, no había Amazon, no había todos los apps y todos los programas que tú ves hoy en existía en 1996. Blockchain está así. Esto dice que blockchain va a ser hasta mejor o superior, con mucho más ventajas del Internet. So, ustedes que están aquí van a aprender de una nueva tecnología que se está desarrollando alrededor del mundo. Y queremos ayudar al gobierno de Benito Cortizo a hacer Panamá el Digital Hub, como está diciendo y están promocionando. Yo sé que aquí en Panamá se puede. Entonces le estamos dando muchas gracias a los speakers. I want to thank all the speakers that are here, taking your time. Esto lo voy a decir en inglés. Taking your time to come on your busy schedule, to be here, to go ahead and impart your knowledge and that transfer to the Panamanian community. So we're very, very grateful. As you probably know, I'm not Panamanian. I've been living here for over 21 years. I have 3 Panamanian kids out of many more. And we didn't have Netflix back then. And I have 3 beautiful grandchildren. So I feel that although I wasn't born in this country, I feel that I am part of Panama. And I'm going through my citizenship process right now. Just a little bit of who we are. I want to thank you very much. I look forward to meeting everybody during the next couple of days, and we'll have a lot of fun together. But most importantly, we're going to learn a lot of things of this new technology that will transform people's lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David, for your kind words. Right next, we're going to begin with this event. We're going to have our keynote speaker for today. We're going to be talking about market outlook to raise funds with cryptocurrencies in 2020 and beyond. We're going to welcome Michael Creedon. He is the head of business development at Drawbridge Lending, a digital asset financial services firm based in Chicago, serving institutional clients. Michael brings a wealth of knowledge in capital markets to everything he does, having served for 2 decades as CEO of Trading, a proprietary trading firm based in Chicago, specializing in the interest rates and agricultural commodities. He has served on several regulatory committees and is widely quoted in the media for his market views and trading industry insights. You can follow him on LinkedIn. Where regularly he blogs and all matters related to blockchain, cryptocurrencies, and Bitcoin. Please, applause for Michael Creedon. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Michael Creedon, and I am the head of institutional sales at Drawbridge Lending in Chicago. I would like to thank all the hosts of this event for kindly welcoming me to be here in attendance to speak in front of you and this audience. I'd especially like to thank David and his wife, Layla Perdita, for personally inviting me to be here today. So, this is my first time in Panama and my first time speaking with a translator, so please pardon me slowly, but I'm half Italian, so I can't make any promises. I guess the title of my speech today. Okay, this working. The title of my speech today is Why Bitcoin? And what I'd like to do is examine the reasons why digital assets are growing in importance in the 21st century and open a dialogue on where things will go next. But to start, I'll tell you a little bit about my background because I think my personal journey is clearly shaped my views on Bitcoin and the changing face of money. I grew up outside Chicago with 3 siblings and attended Catholic schools all my life until I attended Indiana University in Bloomington, Indiana. After college, I served in the United States Peace Corps in Namibia and Southern Africa. After graduate school, I worked as a journalist for Time Magazine and Bloomberg in New York City, Mexico City, and Sydney. In 1988, I became a bond trader in Chicago. Virtually my first day at the Chicago Board of Trade And after listening to them talk for 3 hours, I was enthralled by everything I heard. I told myself when I got home from the Florida conference, I would learn everything I could about Bitcoin. Within the span of 5 weeks, Bitcoin rallied from $4,000 to $20,000. I bought the high. I never saw it. I decided I wanted to join the proverbial revolution, but I had no idea what I wanted to do. I noticed that research in this space was terrible, and I thought this was an area that maybe I could contribute. Just 24 months ago, there were no research reports on Wall Street about cryptocurrencies, or hardly any good ones. Bloomberg barely covered the Journal or any other reputable news organization. Afraid of Bitcoin then, and banks are afraid of Bitcoin now. Social media had lots of people spewing information on the subject, but this was almost exclusively pay-to-play garbage that regulators vowed to clean up. So I stepped into the breach. I began a website called 4Rev and started blogging daily on LinkedIn in February 2018. I've written every single day on LinkedIn for 20 months. I write on Sundays, holidays, weekends. I write when I'm sick or on vacation, and I'll write today. I have never been more disciplined or focused on or committed to any task in my entire life than I have been to writing about cryptocurrencies. I write mainly because I enjoy it, but because I believe the subject matter is important, and I don't believe readers can find the same content I provide anywhere else. And I know that what I write, because of the metrics LinkedIn provides, are read daily by employees at Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Citadel, Ernst & Young, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Google, Oracle, IBM, CFTC, Deloitte, UBS, and many other firms. This is a demonstration to me that this is real. People in the real economy are desperately interested in information on Bitcoin, so I continue to write about it. So I'm afraid, when I write it, I'm careful what to say so as not to offend anyone, but I'm also fearless in saying what's on my mind because even though I have a job, I speak for no one but myself. So what have I learned? First, Bitcoin isn't going anywhere. More specifically, it isn't going away. The price may go up, the price may go down. It may sit still for long stretches, but there is no chance in my mind it disappears off the face of the earth, unless it's surpassed by another digital currency, which for now seems very unlikely. 5 years from now, the world may look different, but for now, Bitcoin is king. One of the major challenges to Bitcoin in general, and altcoins in particular, and there are many, is an uncertain global outlook. Scams and scammers in the cryptocurrency and digital asset space, and general confusion about the safekeeping, security, custody, and insurance of coins. I didn't want all this way to tell you all the negative things about Bitcoin and altcoins. If you wanted to hear that speech, the host of the event could have had Warren Buffett, Rory Marini, or Peter Schiff come here and criticize Bitcoin. But let's take it to the positive. Let's look this morning at the case for Bitcoin. Why might it play a role in global financing technology for years to come, and what are the main drivers propelling Bitcoin forward underneath the surface? Reason number one, the negative interest rate trap globally. Today, there are $15 trillion in negative yielding bonds globally. Most of these bonds are found in Japan and Europe. Let me say this without a hint of sarcasm, mean-spiritedness, or melodrama. Europe and Japan have essentially given up. They've thrown in the towel. They lack the political will to combat forces like declining birth rates, excessive government regulation and taxes, and don't have an entrepreneurial spirit to advance their societies. That's an exceedingly harsh assessment and commentary, but I also believe it's an accurate one. The bottom line is this. I don't think that after 30 years of zero interest rates in Japan and nearly a decade of negative interest rates in much of Europe, that either of these societies will pull out of negative interest rates in my lifetime, my children's lifetime, or their children's lifetime. Hedge fund manager Ray Dalio, the most successful hedge fund manager of all time, said this week, central bank policy right now is madness. The system is broken. Those are his words, not mine. Austria recently sold bonds for 100 years at 1%, and they bought them like crazy. It's the hottest thing since people's eyes. This is a real problem. And there isn't an economist, alive or dead, who can tell you how this experiment with negative interest rates will end. But consider what this all means. If you put $1 million into a bank account in Europe today, you'll be charged 50 basis points to hold your money. And next year, you'll do the same thing, and the year after that, and so on. The entire purpose of this futile exercise in the negative interest rates is supposed to incentivize risk takers to launch a new business, make capital investments, buy a property. But in fact, the opposite is happening. German business confidence has fallen in 13 of the past 16 months. Without belaboring the point, debt traps are more difficult to pull an economy from than an economy facing runaway inflation. Because when inflation rears its head, the solution is a blunt and obvious force: raise interest rates. But in deflation, depression, and recession, easy money alone isn't an answer, as a decade of cheap money has shown. You need to alter something completely different than the money supply, and that is something much more difficult to pin down, affect, or recalibrate, and that's the human psyche. Look at the world we live in today. Right now, there are protests in Hong Kong about extradition laws. Buildings have been built in protest in Chile and Ecuador on this continent. 2 million people took to the streets of Beirut, Lebanon, recently to peacefully express discontent over government policies. Russia occupies my wife's homeland, Ukraine. Taiwan still believes they're a free country, while Beijing makes clear the opposite is true. America has spent trillions since September 11th, almost 2 decades ago. Turkey is at war with everyone. Governments have 3 main tools to stay in power. They have military support, the ability to print money, and the local constitution. But practically speaking, so long as they have the first and second elements in their grasp, the third one's negotiable. How can the man, or the woman, or the child trust their governments to do the right thing? gold standard. No one controls Bitcoin. No government, no politician, no central bank, no country. It's no more mine than it is yours or someone else's. Can it fall? Can it fail and go to zero? Certainly. Why not? Anything is possible. But when you look at the infrastructure being built in capital markets, you know that this is not a fire drill. Consider TD Ameritrade, Fidelity, Chicago Mercantile Exchange, ICE, the parent company of the New York Stock Exchange. These are only but a few of the large financial institutions in my country who've made a real commitment to digital assets. And they're doing it for a reason. Clients are demanding access to these new derivatives and to Bitcoin. My company, Drawbridge Lending, is a huge beneficiary of all this because clear Bitcoin options remove counterparty risk and give lenders the confidence to price loans. We see surging loan demand of clients borrowing dollars against their Bitcoin at low rates. Our anticipation is Bitcoin lending will surge to multi-billions per annum, and we want to play a major role in that growth, and we expect to do so. In conclusion, first I want to thank you for listening, for your incredible hospitality. I'm truly humbled by the generosity, enthusiasm, and kindness of our hosts. I'm so grateful to be invited to be here with you all. I left a few minutes at the end of my speech for questions, and I'll be here for the remainder of the conference, and I'm eager to speak to as many as possible, individually or in small groups. Let's leave on a positive note. Bitcoin is the most transformative technology in my lifetime and perhaps the most important financial creation of all time. There are a lot of injustices in the world. Nothing is a panacea and problems will remain. But an altering of the geopolitical underpinnings of the 21st century has started. Change happens fast. Pay attention to what's happening. Ask questions, debate, listen, learn, and grow. Muchas gracias por su tiempo y buenos días.
Okay, thank you, Michael, for your words. So, you can just take a seat for some minutes. You're not going to read the questions. So, all the questions you have, please pass it on to the guys on the white shirts. Write it down on a piece of paper, and we're going to take 2 or 3 questions for Michael.
Is this on? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Vanessa. She asked about our business. Yeah, Drawbridge Lending. I thought I would, take the chance to do an infomercial about my company, but also I want to explain how business is really done in Bitcoin. So what we do at Drawbridge Lending, we offer loans in dollars or other major currencies against Bitcoin holdings. So if someone owns Bitcoin, I'll give an example. Someone says, look, I own $2 million of Bitcoin. What can I do with the asset? We can take the coins, put it in a custodian like Fidelity. Fidelity is a custodian. So we'll put the $2 million, it's under a control agreement at Fidelity, and then we use options. We buy a put and sell a call. The call generates income to pay for the put and to buy down the rate. The borrower gets money very cheap, let's say 1%, 0%, Fed funds. I told you last time, we lend money cheaper than JP Morgan. People say that's not possible. Yes, it is. The reason it's possible is because volatility in Bitcoin is very high. And so if you own an asset and you want to borrow against it, you use options, you can borrow for very cheap. What's attractive is the lenders are still getting paid 10 or 12% on their money because they're getting paid by the sale of that option. But the point being, what we're seeing is tremendous demand. All of our retail. We're seeing large holders of Bitcoin realize this is a way to own the asset, protect the downside, borrow at a cheap rate, or they can get into our fund and get paid a yield on their holdings. So, again, the reason I wanted to mention is because we're seeing real institutions come into the space. I'll share one of their stories. We've had many conversations with Northern Trust, who's in Chicago like we are. Northern Trust is probably going to be in the custody business in Bitcoin in 6 to 12 months. State Street Bank in New York are not far behind, probably. This is a real signal to the market. When you look up and say Fidelity, Northern Trust, Bank of New York, State Street are in the Bitcoin world, you know it's permanent. You know it's real. So thanks for the question.
Do you have any other questions? No? Oh, just one more.
This is going to be a technical question. He's a PhD. I'm not going to understand it. Oh my God, it's wrong. Bitcoin has got some bad reputation because of anonymity. It's been used by some bad players. What can we do to make Bitcoin more mainstream and accepted and supported by government? What can we do to work as a real currency? No, thank you very much. I forgot to mention, I should have at the outset. I mean, our business is built on two things: risk management and compliance. So we're a commodity trading advisor, a commodity pool operator. We're a licensed lender in 49 states. Our trading activities are regulated by the commodity, the CFTC, the SEC, FINRA, FinCEN, and the National Futures Association. So we're fully regulated. And everybody that faces us has to pass strict AML, anti-money laundering, lawyer-client. So you bring up a good point, because a lot of people see Bitcoin as decentralization, radicalism, government, and in the United States, that's fantastic. If you want to put digital assets in the country I'm from, you play by the rules, and you report up to the regulators and the IRS, or you go to jail. Those are your options. I still think there's room for both. I think there's room for there has to be, because that's the world we live in. You have to have regulation, and within that, you can have digital assets. Now, I'll just say one other thing, because maybe you appreciate this. Yes, bad people use Bitcoin. A lot more bad people use US dollars. Okay, so I mean, there's no dirtier currency on the planet than the US dollar. So it's, and I've even seen US officials admit as much. I mean, the US, I don't want to get into it, but yes, there are bad actors in Bitcoin, there are bad actors in US dollars, there are bad actors in any currency. But I still think you can have a regulated regime of digital assets in the United States. And just one other thing, Anessa's going to speak tomorrow, she's an attorney, but today, I think that a lot of countries are looking at the United States, the SEC and CFTC, I don't want to say for leadership, but for guidance. I think the rules that are set in the United States, the United Kingdom, other financial centers like Hong Kong are important. But that'll be a topic for later this afternoon, this regulatory discussion. So I think we have one more question perhaps.
You have any other question? Yeah, I'll take that. That's that one.
I don't know how to.
Huh?
Oh, no, that's another someone else.
The question is, how could blockchain and cryptocurrencies have a direct impact on microfinance and small business in the region? I mean, it's a great question. I would just say, in a general sense, because I know I've taken a lot of time, a lot of people have made this analogy. It's almost like the Internet 2.0. This is transformative, both blockchain and Bitcoin. And there's so many different ways that this can progress. The one thing that I wanted to mention is this concept, and I forgot to put in my speech, is a concept called Moore's Law that was at Hewlett-Packard in the 70s that said microcomputing will double the speed for 18 years. And people thought that's crazy, but it's still, Moore's Law still exists today. It's just, The difference between the internet analogies of 25 years ago and where we are now, the pace of change is much more rapid. It's extremely fast. Things happen very quickly in today's society. So the question here, how will this affect microfinance and small businesses? Well, this is what conferences like today will provide. Provide access to information, networking, give people an opportunity, and then it'll be built from the ground up. So, listen, I've said enough. Thank you so much for your hospitality. It's been great. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Marco. Another round of applause for him. Okay, before we proceed, I would like to announce that we're going to have 10 a.m. A workshop right next to this hall, in the Contadora Hall. We're going to have Walter Alvarez from Block Factory, who's going to talk about business models and tokenization of assets. So take it down if you would like to join that workshop. Right next, we're going to have our next speaker today. He's Glenn John. He has been an advisory partner of the offices of KPMG Central America and the Dominican Republic since 2011 and leads the blockchain and DTL initiatives for Central America. He has worked with clients from various industries promoting business transformation using the combination of innovation, technology, people, and processes. Glenn has more than 20 years of experience as a consultant to governments and companies in countries such as Colombia, Venezuela, Puerto Rico, Mexico, the Netherlands, and Panama. His areas of specialty are related to business and technology strategies, business transformation, enterprise architecture, business innovation, and business systems integration. He is currently Vice President of the Panamanian Office of Information Technology and Telecommunications Capital. Please welcome Ms. Glenn.
Morning. Thanks again, David. I'm delighted. But at the end of the day, it's about the message. I think the one message I want to share with you guys is enough with the hype. Enough with the hype. This is real. Not only is Bitcoin real, blockchain is real. And the solutions that we're going to be sharing with you this morning are real solutions. These are mainstream solutions. And it's, I think one of the changes that I've seen, I've been talking about blockchain since 2016. The first time I was invited to give a lecture was at the University of Warwick in the UK. And one of the key things, the topic there was, what is blockchain and what can you do with it? And I immediately saw the connection between, on one hand, blockchain and the technology and what it promises, and our challenges that we have in Latin America as a whole. Financial inclusion, limited access to, what is real, what is not, validity of our documents, institutions that are very, very weak in terms of that. So I immediately saw the connectivity between the technology and what it promises with our challenges. So this morning I'm going to be sharing you some ideas, some things that we're doing in terms of blockchain, and furthermore, give you a sense of what is the roadmap if you want to start your blockchain project or blockchain-enabled project, how to go about that, okay? So obviously we have to start with the basics. I'm not going to spend too much time explaining what blockchain is, but we're going to be focusing more on what it does and how to use it. In essence, we have these four characteristics. Obviously, it's a shared ledger or shared distributed ledger, however you may want to call it, that provides certain characteristics. It's about permissions, which are cryptographically enforced. You have the ability to create smart contracts, and at the end of the day, it has some form of consensus between parties. Now, I just came back 2 weeks ago where we had our first, KPMG's first global blockchain conference. It was an internal conference with over 17 countries that participated. And I have fresh news on what are some of the things that we're seeing in other parts of the world that my colleagues are working on. Some very, very exciting stuff that I want to share with you this morning. Furthermore, the following day we had a one-day session with market analysts. So we had Forrester, IDC, Gartner, all these guys come in and they spend one entire day with our blockchain experts to talk about what is happening. And these are people that are moving the dial. These are people that when they comment on what the technology is real or not, everybody will follow them. So it was a great experience for me to be there and be part of that. And the other conference which I attended, which I think is a great one, if you have the ability to attend, is what Alex and Don Tapp started doing up in Canada. Canada is promoting itself as becoming a center for blockchain. And I was lucky enough to be part of that conference where I saw the likes of FedEx and their commitment towards this technology and how this is going to be changing their business model. Was a tremendous event. So you mentioned China, Michael. I think this is a game changer for most of us. There are two big news that happened in 2019, in my opinion. One is this one about President Xi Jinping committing to blockchain and really promoting and enforcing the adoption and Chinese leadership in using this technology. So this is something that goes hand in hand with prosperity and getting inclusion, financial inclusion in the country. If you look at the success of Ant Financial and Alibaba and Tencent, all these big tech giants, is because they focus on solving key issues that the Chinese population have. How do I create a strong middle class? How do I create and get people out of poverty by enabling and giving them financial means and tools? The second one, Facebook. So the Facebook announcement of Libra and their own currency shook the world. I think one of the great things about this announcement, not necessarily that it came from Facebook, but it made everybody and every regulator finally come out of winter sleep. So now they are asking about crypto, now they're asking about the technology, now they're finally getting concerned about regulating crypto and regulating blockchain as a technology. I'm not sure how this story is going to end. I think this is a very interesting story to follow because it's the first time in history that a company or a consortium of companies are threatening the monetary system, and this obviously has a lot of interest from all the regulators and parties that are interested in that. I'm going to share what, in my opinion, are the top 10 countries that are, to a certain extent, enabling crypto, blockchain, or tokenized solutions. Number one on the list, and again, this is not in any particular order, but you see the top countries such as Australia. I'm going to share an example of a project that we're doing in Australia called KPMG Origins, that is specifically for tracking and tracing of food products. I'm going to show you some examples of how that looks like. Obviously, we already talked about China. Japan has been very, very open and favorable in accepting cryptocurrency, so it remains to be seen how they will evolve in that sense. The UAE has committed, the government of UAE has committed by 2020, which is next year really, to have a lot of their services based on a blockchain solution. We're working with the UAE on a KYC AML platform using blockchain, so that's a great story there. And then we have Malta. So the island of Malta has approximately 40,000 people. It is part of the European Union, OECD countries, so it is very, very much regulated. However, Malta has chosen to take its future in its own hands. Rather than following up what the regulators are saying, they are defining and creating new rules and regulations to really enable blockchain, crypto, and tokenized solutions to start becoming mainstream. And I think it's very, very important for countries such as Panama and others in Latin America to really look very closely at what the regulators are doing in Malta, because this is becoming a game changer, and it's becoming, in facto, a standard for all the others to follow. Switzerland has, I think last time we were talking about this, they have a little tiny city called Zug, which is becoming so-called the crypto valley. Very, very interesting stuff happening there. The number of startups located in Zug is over 100. These are all companies that are focused on blockchain solutions. The USA obviously is doing a lot in that sense. I'm going to share you some examples of what we're doing with Walmart, with McKesson, Cardinal Health, and Merck around drug supply chain security act. That's a great example of what we're doing in that space. And then you have Estonia, UK, and Singapore. Unfortunately, there is no Latin American country on this list. Unfortunately, we're not, I think, bold enough or even have the vision enough to say that this is a game changer. So as a country, we need to embrace this technology. So I do recognize David and his team for, again, organizing these things to create awareness, and I'm happy to contribute. So I'm going to give you a brief market overview, what's happening in terms of investments in blockchain, and what are some of the industries that are embracing this technology. Okay, so the market size for 2023, this is according to Markets and Markets, is $23.3 billion. Very, very small compared to, let's say, cloud or any other technology, but still, again, you are seeing the curve starting to pick up. And the reason it's picking up is because it's becoming more and more mainstream. That means that serious companies are now investing in this technology and embracing it. When you look at the spend, so who's actually spending money on blockchain? Who's really committing to it? Because one thing is, I can research and talk about it, but who's actually spending money on it? And here is also some very interesting jump that you see 2019 and beyond. We expect, in this case it's IDC, spending to go up, in very, very big steps. $15.9 billion globally will be the spent on blockchain. I expect this to start taking up more and more. The problem with blockchain is and will become when it's mainstream, we don't talk about blockchain anymore. We will be talking about solutions that are enterprise-wide, that are enterprise-based, and that are enabling ecosystems to work. Whether we call them blockchain or not is becoming irrelevant. And that's what we want, because we want it to become less of a hype and more about a solution rather than the technology. You look at the region, the bottom blue one, if you can read it, that's the USA, then we have Western Europe, and then we see the People's Republic of China. I think this graph was prepared before the announcement of President Xi Jinping, so probably that is going to be adjusted just by that simple announcement that the President made in that sense. So clearly, again, Latin America, we're not there yet. We are seeing certain initiatives starting to pick up, but clearly we need to do much, much more in that sense. What are some of the sectors that are going to be affected? Clearly, it's the financial sector. They are embracing, as in most cases, they are the first one to embrace these new emerging technologies. And I think in the case of blockchain, it's not going to be any different. We're seeing blockchain being applied across the spectrum, from derivatives, from KYC, from remittance, from managing and allowing microfinances. Across the board in the financial sector, we are seeing examples of how blockchain is being used. So if you compare it with cloud, and I think cloud adoption is a great example of how people are hardly talking about cloud nowadays, because you expect solutions to be in the cloud. And this is the same thing that's going to be happening once blockchain will become broadly adopted by mainstream companies. We are seeing, we're seeing 2018 announcement by Merck, JP Morgan Chase, Facebook, and others that are clearly indicating that this is becoming more and more mainstream. We're going to see fast followers, companies that are saying, well, if they are doing, I must also do something, and then probably by 2025, so our prediction that this is going to become much more mainstream than it is. So what is our view on blockchain? It is a team sport. This is not something you go about by yourself. It doesn't make any sense to replace a common database technology with blockchain technology. That is not what it is for. And we're seeing numerous cases where blockchain is not really the best solutions, but people are just replacing old database technology with blockchain technology. So think about the friction that you have when you're dealing with multiple parties that do not necessarily trust each other. This is where blockchain will start to play an important role. I'm going to share some examples of when blockchain is applicable and when it's certainly not. One size doesn't fit all. The tokenized commerce is taken off. I strongly believe that this is going to be something we're going to be hearing more and more. The tokenized economy, banks and central banks issuing their own digital currency using a Bitcoin type infrastructure. What we call polychain is when you start seeing connectivity between or interoperability between numerous blockchains. We will not see just one or two, or rather we will see thousands and thousands of blockchains that have to a certain extent, connect with each other. And definitely, and most importantly, whenever you talk about solutions, don't start with the blockchain discussions. The enterprise businesses don't care about blockchain. They care about solutions. And the solution that you're going to be providing for them has to be relevant for them. So the less we speak of blockchain, the better it is. It's contradictory, but that's the way it goes. I think the same thing with the internet. The less you speak about the internet, the more you speak about the solution, the better people will start to understand. So that's why I think for us, how we go about blockchain is, let's talk about what is real and what is not. So take away the hype. Then it has to be value-driven, meaning that it has to solve an issue, it has to solve a problem, friction, or some benefit for those that are involved. And finally, but more importantly, it has to be sustainably adopted, meaning it has to be able to scale. Now, there are numerous proof of concepts out there, pilots, that probably will not be scaled towards a true enterprise solution, but that's fine. Any new technology, we have to experiment with it, and we will take learnings out of those. We are living in a crypto winter. We have seen the, let's say, a devaluation of a lot of the crypto assets. We think that this is part of an interesting change that's happening, which is really the institutionalization of crypto assets. The regulators are starting to embrace this, and they start to understand that this is for real, and this is going to be there forever, meaning that we better regulate it or provide means to regulate these types of assets. And for this to happen, for crypto to really become institutionalized, three things, in our opinion, needs to happen. Number one, as a consumer, as an end user, you have to have the ability to manage your crypto wallet. Right now, that is not at all user-friendly. For those that have a crypto wallet, you know what happens when you lose your password, you lose all your crypto. This is not going to be mainstream if we keep it that way. So we have to clearly think about how we can improve the user interface for the end user for it to become mainstream. Second, it has to adhere to certain regulatory compliance standards. There is no way that we can really think about going about this, these digital assets becoming mainstream without having the regulator or some form of governance in place. And finally, we have to have a certain capability to do analysis, to really use the data. One of the things that we're doing in Japan, and I'm allowed to talk about some of these examples of projects that we're doing. In Japan, we created, we audited the bank. This bank purchased an exchange, a crypto exchange. As you know, as an auditor, you have to validate and confirm all the transactions that are happening on whatever bank, including these virtual assets. So we had to go in and we had to literally go over millions and millions of addresses that to a certain extent were transacting coins on the exchange. So we developed a tool that really sits on one of the nodes of this blockchain and really gets all the data out in terms of the crypto transactions. So this is an example of where we're investing and putting our money into. Okay, so tokenization, as you know, and coming back to one of the questions on how we think that that was posed to Michael about microfinancing. This is an example where we think that tokenization will play a role, is when we get to the peer-to-peer network, the customer-to-customer solution, which is the bottom one, which really allows you to leverage whatever platform is there to exchange value. So how do we see this evolving? We're now in a 2018 world, 2019. We're now seeing enterprise blockchain becoming a fact. We see much more interest in crypto and tokens. We see AI starting, machine learning start to flourish, and we are seeing some consortium being created. Where this is heading, probably next year, the year beyond, we're seeing a mix, multi-cloud, multi-platform of various things. Digital ID, IoT, mobility, tokens, AI, ML, all combining to become part of solutions. So next year for us is going to be an extremely exciting year where we start to help companies really embrace these new technologies. See blockchain as a building block to us to get to 2020 where we want to be next year. So to finalize with some key trends, like I said, crypto is becoming mainstream, both from a central bank perspective, country perspective. They're embracing crypto, making it a viable option to counterbalance inflation and other situations we have. We are seeing more and more technological advances, meaning that as we start using more and more of this technology, we learn better, we improve the protocols, we improve efficiency, we improve energy consumption. All these things are going to be helping us in improving the technology. We are seeing the adoption in the financial sector greatly, and it means that if the financial sector really embraces technology, it's going to start triggering a lot of new ventures. And finally, we are seeing more and more countries having a position on crypto, having a position on blockchain. And this is where I think Panama and a number of our countries in LATAM needs to step up, where we not only have clarity, but we also provide guidance for those who want to invest in this. Okay, so our experiences. Now I think right now, since we had our global conference on blockchain, I think we are about 200 projects in a whole, globally speaking, that are to a certain extent involving with I can share a couple of them. Obviously, a lot of these projects are on the strict NDA, as you can imagine, but there are some of them I can share with you. I'm going to be talking about secure supply chain. I'm going to be sharing with you what we're doing with the digital loyalty wallet with Singapore Airlines. And I'll also be sharing with you what we're doing with KPMG Origins, which is our platform for tracking and tracing of produce. So one of the great examples of where we are eliminating friction is in Luxembourg. This is Funds DLT. It's live. It allows brokers, investment brokers, to get directly to the investor. For those that are involved in this line of business, you know that there are many, many steps that oftentimes are manual or oftentimes are even in siloed systems that doesn't allow for this to happen quickly. Nowadays, asset managers can go directly to their consumer, directly to their investor using this platform. They started as a proof of concept, and now it is live. Again, because it's a regulated environment, we have to adhere to KYC, AML, all those standards. This is live. You can look it up if you want more information on Funds DLT. Singapore Airlines, I think, we strongly believe that loyalty is one of the key areas where blockchain will start becoming mainstream more and more. This is a project that is also live. We have worked with Singapore Airlines and Microsoft to develop this solution where you can use your miles that have flown, to exchange them for products and services and goods at various commercial establishments. Particularly at the Changi Airport in Singapore, you can now exchange and buy products and goods using your miles, without having to go to some clearing house, without having to go to some bank. This is a blockchain-based solution, this digital wallet. For those that have flown into Panama, you notice that we have a beautiful airport and it's going to be expanded. We have a lot of people that come through that airport. I think we're up to 15 million now, probably. But not a lot of them come to Panama. They go through Panama and go through using the Americas hub. Ideally, an airline such as Copa Airlines, together with the airport, could use this and leverage this technology to make sure that people spend their money much more easy and wisely based on their miles flow. So this is a groundbreaking development that we're seeing happening in Singapore. Then KPMG Oregon. So this is the problem we have had in Australia primarily, where we have a couple of clients already on this platform. One of them is Holy Wines. They are a wine producer. As you know, the counterfeit wine and piracy around wine is a billion-dollar business, and therefore it is extremely important for them to be able to certify provenance and origin of their product. As you can see, when you analyze the entire value chain of a product, there are many interactions, many parties that not necessarily trust each other, but they have to exchange information with each other. And what we have done, we have created this platform that allows, and right now it's also live, for both wine and for pork meat, to be able to validate the entire supply chain as such. From, let's say, farm to supermarket. And these are some screen renderings. You literally can use your cell phone to scan the label. In this case, it's wine. You can scan the label. It will tell you the blend. It will tell you the vintage. It will also give you all the certification of the parties that were involved in the transaction. It will give information about shipment and what were the conditions, temperature, light, etc. of the carton sometimes. We'll give you information from the distributor, and finally how it gets into the store. So what is happening with these types of solutions, this can only be done using blockchain technology, really. Because if you want to do this with a centralized database, you have to have everybody agree on certain standards and a centralized database. And again, you would have to have a centralized entity to control it, making it much more vulnerable. So this is something that is already up and running, and we're now using it, and clients are using it in Australia, Japan, and China. And then finally, this is something that is brand new. We just finished piloting in October. We launched a pilot together with very strong partners in this space. This is the FDA's Drug Supply Chain Security Act, and it allows for a manufacturer such as Merck, distributors such as McKesson, Cardinal Health, and finally Walmart, to make sure that, again, all the exchanges that happen during the course of that product, and in this case, the drug, has been adhered to certain standards. We're using IBM's platform to develop this. And again, this is still a proof of concept. It has been already presented to the FDA last month. And what we're expecting now that would happen is, again, taking this mainstream. As you know, this is a major problem, globally speaking. The ability to track and trace drugs and to be able to make recalls on time, so you know who is actually doing what, is critical, important, and paramount important for global health. So those are some examples that I want to share with you. Again, over 200 projects that we're doing around blockchain. Not all are publicly available, but these are the ones that I'm allowed to share with you this morning. So, perfect. We know that blockchain is no longer hype. We know that this is becoming real. How do you adopt it? How do you go about adopting blockchain or a blockchain project? Obviously, you have to start with any project with creating an idea. So you have to understand what are some of the issues that the ecosystem is facing. What are some of the challenges, the pain points that this technology will be able to eliminate? Then you have to focus on what are the prerequisites for this to work. Again, not all projects are blockchain projects. Some projects can be solved with existing traditional technology. So don't take the risk in going on a blockchain adventure without actually knowing if the prerequisites are there. Once you define your solution, you have to start looking on onboarding the participants. Again, this is a team sport. It's not about just you. You have to be able to convince and allow for onboarding, efficient onboarding of participants. Finally, step 4 and 5 is about implementing the solution and making sure that it goes and scales up to the next level. So very, very simple steps that we're using to help companies. So again, when is this relevant? Something happening here? Can we go back one slide? Can we go back one slide? Very good. Yeah, okay. The one in English. Okay, good. One more back. And because otherwise my English friends will not be able to see this. Okay, so when we talk about blockchain, like I said, not every project is a blockchain project. I honestly think these are some very simple way to categorize whether or not if any of these questions is true, then you might look into blockchain as a solution. Okay, so our multiple party sharing and replicating data, our multiple party updating data, is there like a semi-trust between the parties? Meaning, not necessarily something that would require a centralized entity to enforce trust, but is there semi-trust? Are the rules governing the platform uniform? How often they change? And finally, do we have to have objectivity and immutability of the logging of information? If these questions are true, then I would recommend you to start looking into blockchain as an example. One other solution that we have worked on is risk, and understanding the risk of a blockchain solution is critical. Again, we're looking at scaling and how we can scale these products into, let's say, a new, more scalable, enterprise-wide, enterprise-grade solutions. And we developed this maturity model, we call it the blockchain maturity model, which allows you to very quickly establish what are the controls that you have set in place to mitigate the risk associated with a blockchain project. And as you can see, not all of these dimensions talk about the technology, or better yet said, very few talk about the technology. A lot of them has to do with standard, common things such as governance, business continuity, use case, permissions. So what we're seeing with enterprise adoption that we're now starting to move away from the basic fundamental technology discussion to mainstream enterprise situation that we have to deal with. And this again is another example of how we're helping companies understand the risks associated with blockchain and how to mitigate them. At the end of the day, what you'll end up with is this radar chart or spider web chart that allows you to understand what are some of the areas that you have to improve before taking your product to the next level, from proof of concept pilot to scalable solution. And then finally, this is a summary of our offering. We are helping a lot of clients with just putting some strategy around blockchain adoption. When is it relevant, how to go about it, how to include your ecosystem, what are the challenges that you're trying to solve. We're helping companies develop their initial solutions, and then we take it to the next level in terms of production with partners such as IBM, Microsoft, AWS, and Guardtime. These are some of our 4 key technology providers which we work with. Like I said, we just came back from our Analyst Day, and I think the initial feedback that we got from them is that probably KPMG is now moving towards making sure that the enterprise understands the impact and the enterprise start to embrace this as part of solving issues on friction, lack of trust, and decentralizing a lot of these value chains. With that, I want to thank you for your time and for allowing me to be part of this great event. And thank you, David, and the organization for inviting me. And open up for questions, if you will.
Just an applause for Glenn. Thank you. So we're gonna make this a little different this time. If you have a question, raise your hand. Bring your microphone. Questions?
Also, we're going free format.
Okay. I think this way is better.
Good morning. One of the big news last month was that Visa, MasterCard, and eBay and a lot of other companies dropped out of Facebook's Libra project. What are your thoughts?
In the working area, so you can ask all the questions you have. He's a very accessible guy, and he'll be really glad to talk to you. I have a little update on the workshop. We're going to have it after we finish with the next speaker on the Contadora #1 hall. That's going to be around. We're going to roll around. We have number 2 right next to this one. You go around, get to the number 1. So remember, that's the workshop, business models and tokenization of assets with Walter Alvarez from Blood Factory. So our next speaker, he is Antonio Manueco. Antonio Manueco is the co-founder and CTO of Beta Blocks, as well as founder of one of the most active Slack communities in South Florida. He holds an industrial engineering degree with a master's in logistics from the University of Miami and has led numerous technical initiatives across startups and enterprises. He is currently working with one of the largest unicorns in the US on the architecture of a self-sovereign identity network that allowed users to monetize data, behavior, and feedback driven solely by consent using IP ledger in the ANFA.
Hi everyone. First of all, I want to thank David and the organization for having me here. It's my first time in Panama, so I'm trying to get everything, try to enjoy my stay as much as possible. So it's a little bit about me. Some of the intro was already talked about, but I did go to the University of Miami. I've been there now for 5 years. I'm an industrial engineer. I was a network engineer for 6 to 7 years. We dealt with all the load balancing, security, infrastructure, all the architecture beyond the wire, basically beyond the wall. I have about 10 years of enterprise experience in terms of enterprises, startups, basically taking startups from all the way from a concept phase to Series A, Series B, Series C funding, and enterprises more on the infrastructure side and how to actually build teams that can actually build products. So a little bit about our product. We have a managed solution. AWS is a managed solution as well, but we're able to spin up these consortium-based networks. There's a couple of questions that were asked about permissioned networks, so we're able to bring these up in just a few minutes. So we have a solution that kind of competes with AWS. We're a Hyperledger general member and AWS consulting partner as well. So a little bit about our product. So we basically have a turnkey solution. We have all these add-ons in terms of how do you actually manage these identities on these networks and what you can do with these identities and how do you generate data. A little bit more in terms of how do we actually generate data. That's some of the stuff that I'll be covering today in terms of how do you actually, what is identity and how is it relevant to blockchain. So we can actually take data from all these different devices and actually pull them into some type of network that allows you to do data monetization strategies, adhere to privacy laws, global legislation, etc. So today, Oh, so they ended, okay. So blockchain primer, yeah, sorry, they switched them up. So blockchain primer, who here knows everything about blockchain? Raise your hand. Let's just say that if you consider yourself above average in terms of blockchain knowledge, how many in the crowd? Okay, so maybe about 5–10%. Okay, so I just want to cover this very, very quickly in terms of a couple of slides just to kind of give you this primer of what it is, so we can all talk the same language. So it's a type of distributed ledger. So all blockchains are distributed ledgers, but not all distributed ledgers are blockchains. Okay, and it consists of 4 major components. It has a network, which means that all these nodes need to actually be able to talk to each other. It has the participants, obviously, someone mentioned a good point in terms of blockchains are great when you actually don't trust the people that you're doing business with, because you can actually anchor that trust into programmatic access or programmatic binds. You also have the ledger, which is obviously this head-only kind of structure in terms of all the different things that are happening, and then this is just basically an audit trail of everything that's been happening on the network. And then you have consensus, obviously. How do we all agree that everything that's being added to the right information, right? So we all have to have some type of mechanism, for example, in this room, that if I'm going to add something to the ledger, that we all agree that that is the right information. A couple other properties, we hear this word all the time, immutability. We actually look at it and we say from perspective of marketing term, it's immutable. But I put here change in quotations because it's been proven in history, even in the public chains, that it's not immutable. There's always some type of governance, especially on the permission side. Immutable is kind of like this very interesting word to use. And then transactions are held in form of blocks, right? This is what makes blockchains a subset of DLTs, or distributed ledger technology, is because all these transactions are then grouped together, creates a Merkle tree, and then that gets appended to the block. So that's kind of what it looks like, this very, very, very abstract case of how Bitcoin is. In terms of like, here's a block, it generates some type of hash, which is that W10, that W10 then gets added to the second block, so you know where it came from, and anything that gets changed at anywhere along the process, you know that everything else after that, even if you change the smallest thing, it changes the entire block structure. Okay, so far so good? Okay. So we have 2 different types of chains. We have public and private, or permission. I like to say permission because it's not really private. I think private is more of a contextual word, because you could be 10, 15, 20 companies, and is it really private? No, but it is permission. So a couple of things on the public side. Obviously, you've heard of the big ones. Bitcoin, Ethereum, EOS, Monero, Dash. There was thousands of coins, 2017, not so many today. Litecoin, and there's always some type of currency attached, right? This is how you actually... Too loud?
No, you can slow it down a little bit because the interpreters...
Oh, sorry about that. I tend to talk fast, so my apologies. So there's always some type of currency attached. This currency is how you reward people to actually do the math problems in order to actually be able to solve what the next block hash is. So you have to reward these miners to actually be doing that work for you. So that's why it's okay. Incentive, we talked about this. Proof of work. Proof of work is actually the only global one that's actually been working, and it's set to work. Obviously, it has its own issues, but it is the biggest one. Proof of stake is kind of one of these concepts that people are still trying to figure out, but it also comes with its own issues that haven't been at a global scale actually proven to work. And it's anonymous. It's important to know that it is not private and it is not confidential. It is anonymous because as soon as you start pinning the key to a user, no longer is that private confidential. It's just it's now a pointer to somebody, right? So on the permission side, we have Hyperledger Fabric. Fabric was donated by IBM in 2015. It was, I think it was used to call Open Chain. They donated to the Hyperledger Foundation, which sits on top of Linux Foundation. Then you have Quorum or Recorda. So a lot of these are being led by a lot of the enterprises. There's absolutely no currency attached. So then how do we actually get these blocks? How do we actually trust, what's happening on the network? And which is why it's called permission. So the work is done by authorized nodes. And authorized nodes come from business and legal agreements with your peers that you're trying to actually build some type of network with. It's proof of authority, so it's a little bit of an interesting case, and we're not going to get into this in terms of public information and the philosophical versus the practical here. But at the end of the level, it's a need-to-know architecture, right? Like, what do I need to know in order to be able to participate in this guy? So one of the biggest things that I want to talk about today that we kind of overlook when we're talking about blockchain is identity, right? Like, what is identity? And there's 2 major problems with identity. One of them is key management, right? So Ever since the beginning of history, when the internet was invented and all these software systems came up, we had username and passwords. These username and passwords are stored in some type of table, and that table is hashed, and then you have this kind of mechanism, right? As we're moving to self-regulated identity, or identity where you control what gets shared and when it gets shared, we have this issue of where do these keys get stored, right? A key is basically used on your side that you should be the only owner of, and you can actually sign or encrypt things that you're going to send over the wire, or anything you want to do, right? But how do you actually manage these keys? Because as humans, we like to just have username and password, and if we forget, we just do a forgot password, but that's not really how it works going forward. So these are some of the problems right now that are being solved. Yeah. Digital proof of physical identity. We as humans, there's definitely no way for us to communicate with the digital world. We do it through devices, like mobile devices, through desktops. But how do we know that that desktop is actually doing what we want it to do, right? So we're actually delegating that access to some type of third party that we're trusting as part of the hardware. So these are the two major issues right now with identity. Okay? So one of the challenges is uncertainty and distrust, right? As a global community, we have this kind of concept of what is an identity, right? And we believe we're doing business with because somebody else tells us what that person is, or some type of brand image or recognition that we know who we're dealing with, right? So if I were to introduce somebody to David and I said, yeah, this is a person, this is my friend, I've known him for 20 years, he's done all these projects for all these big corporations, that starts establishing some form of identity, but it's always anchored on some type of third party. Okay? So these are some of the issues that we're talking about with identity in terms of we're also a fragmentation of society, right? Who we say that we are on Facebook or LinkedIn or Instagram may be completely different than every other social media. So you may be a very professional LinkedIn head executive at a big company, but then on Facebook and Instagram you're going to be an alcoholic that parties every single Saturday and Sunday. So there's a selective disclosure that we as humans have with when we're dealing with other people, right? Which is where this trust concept comes into play. Who and we and how we verify these identities is also very interesting, especially from a legislative perspective, because you have things like GDPR, you have things like LGBT, which is being passed in Brazil, and you have the California Privacy Act that is coming in January 1st of next year, which is more stringent than GDPR. So all of these are supposed to protect user data and protect us against things like what happened with Facebook, basically all these data leaks, etc. So what is it, right? So we talked about humans, we have no access to be able to talk to the digital world or the internet directly. So there's only two types of identity in the world. It is machine and it is human. That is the only two identities that we have, okay? Now, the paradox, as I mentioned before, is the fact that we can't actually talk directly to internet, right? We can't just think of something and then that's what's been executed. We give the instructions to some type of device and then that device takes that execution on our behalf, right? So how do you present that in terms of how to actually present my physical self of who I am with some type of blockchain network or some type of internet, service, application? So these are some of the problems, right? How do you verify on your behalf? Which device has priority over what? We have many devices, right? So we have a laptop, we have a mobile device, we have all these things that are kind of part of our identity, but how do you know that one of the devices, and this I'm sure has the logistics world is happy, everyone is happy. But what happens here is that these low-power devices actually don't have, many times, don't have the capabilities to actually cryptographically secure the data that they're sending. So you may have some type of food chain or some type of blockchain network with IoT devices where the IoT devices are just chit-chatting data and they're getting appended to the chain with no verification that that is the device that you actually wanted to implement, right? So this brings a lot of issues in terms of, okay, well, can I just substitute this data or send some other data from a different IoT device because they're not able to authenticate with that? These are major problems that we kind of overlook as we look at, oh, blockchain and IoT, yeah, they're great, it's phenomenal. So evolution of digital identity, this is where we are today, right? So we have ourselves, right? And we give this identity, we have an account with Microsoft, we have an account with Facebook, we have an account with some type of identity provider. What happens is then we go to Spotify and we say, okay, Spotify, I want to sign up with you. Oh, look, I can use my Facebook account. Oh, but they don't take Google, okay. So then you go to GitHub and you sign up with your Google account. Oh, but they don't have Facebook, right? So Google and Facebook are basically delegating access to these services on your behalf, but all of that data is basically on their side, right? And what they're trying to do is protect you from all that data being leaked. As we all know, that's not really what's happening in the world. So when we first started with centralized, right? Here's a company, an individual, I sign up with you, now you have a profile, here's my data. So now we're moving to federated, or we are in a federated world where, as I just mentioned, you sign up with Google, you go to some type of third party and you say, yes, Google, please give them access so I can actually access these services, but because I am a Google user, then Google says, yes, they're a Google user, let them in, right? But still, the company has no idea who you are. They just say, okay, well, Google says you're good, so I guess we're good. And this is where we're moving. This is where the next 5, 10, 15 years is going to go. There you go. Which is what we call like the self-sovereign identity. Now, self-sovereign is a very loaded word because I don't think we will ever get to a point where you as an individual will have your own identity without anyone verifying for you. But what will happen is that you're going to create these networks of value that because of everyone that you know in your network, you'll be able to prove certain things about your persona in a way that you control how and who actually gets access, right? At the end of the day, with identity, like we said, it's always contextual, and somebody needs to give you or be able to vouch for certain things that you want to do as part of your identity. And that's why the self-sovereign identity is a very loaded term. So let's take a look at how this starts taking shape, right? We've talked a lot about the theoretical of identity, but how does it actually now come into blockchain, and what are the actual repercussions of basically bringing these identity networks on blockchain? So let's just say that in the US, the state of Florida, right? So the state of Florida gives you a credential and it says, okay, well, this credential is going to be a license, right? So they give you this physical license. Now this license has a lot of information. It has your full name, has your address, has date of birth, expiration, signature, and this varies across the world. But there's a lot of information that can be used for not the right things, right? So this is your ID, right? And the state of Florida gives you. Great, awesome. So let's just say that you wanted to get somewhere where they need to check your ID. Let's just say that you're trying to get to somewhere where the drinking age is 21. So you will need to prove that you are over 21. So what happens is that you show the bouncer your ID, but the bouncer now is seeing all the information that he doesn't really care about. But you're basically bleeding this information that just says, hey, by the way, here's my card, and now the guy can actually look at your address, your full name, absolutely everything about you. This is a major problem. Major problem. So what happens when we start using blockchain? Okay, so blockchain, in terms of when we want to actually attest to specific things, there's a thing called claim, that I claim to be over 21 years old. Now, how do we do this without actually disclosing what your date of birth is? And what happens from a very, very high level is that you actually can generate a proof and say, hey, I can prove cryptographically that I am over the age of 21 because I have a third party that vouched for me, which is the state of Florida or the US government, and I'm able to actually provide that to you and just say, when a bouncer looks at you and say, hey, you're over 21, you can say, yes, I'm over 21, and you can digitally actually affirm that you are over 21 with no information leaked, and also with using zero knowledge proofs, which is one of the biggest research areas right now in cryptography. So this is where we start getting into like, okay, so this is where blockchain actually comes in, and you're able to do this because of blockchain networks. So what's the big deal about this, right? So this is kind of the biggest breaches of 2018, right? I mean, it's just absurd. The first one, if you haven't heard of them, Aadhaar, that was the Indian public record system. So 1.1 million records leaked in 2018. You're talking about public titles, licenses, personal information, credit information, absolutely everything. 1.1 billion records. Why? Because everything is in their database, right? And you just have to trust the government that they're handling the records correctly and that it will never leak. So Facebook gets a medal because they're twice on this graph. But yes, you have everything. So it's happening now in terms of identity and blockchain. Google made an announcement in May that they were actually going to pin the identity on Hyperledger Indy, which is a mechanism that allows you to actually issue these credentials that we just talked about, be able to verify and create these proofs in terms of, hey, did you graduate from a specific university? The university can give you a credential that says, yes, they have this specific degree, and you can go to an employer and say, hey, by the way, I did, and I just have to prove it to you, but I don't have to disclose any information that I don't need to. So that's happening now. They just announced that in May. Microsoft is rolling out their own identity stuff, also in a blockchain. Middle East and Asia are big. By Dubai, we were just in Dubai for a conference last month. By 2021, they have a mandate that 75% of all transactions, public transactions in terms of licenses, in terms of anything, public has to actually go through blockchain. So they're also starting to get into that from a government and the royal family perspective. Europe as well, so you have Carrefour that's doing a lot of stuff on produce, you have IBM with Maersk in terms of trade lens for food provenance. So all these guys are using it. So this is not, this is the day of tomorrow. These are things that are actually being worked on today. And 60% of them are using Hyperledger, whether it's Indy Fabric or some type of hybrid network, which is really where the future is, right? You're not gonna have these public things and these private things, you're gonna have these hybrid networks where you need to be able to use both sides of the coin. So where we are today in terms of blockchain is we have this perceived value where we hear a lot about chain code and smart contracts, right? Even Vitalik said that he actually regrets the fact that he made those smart contracts because there's nothing smart about these contracts. It's an application code that runs with some type of agreement and that's what gets executed, right? But we have this perceived value that these smart contracts solve the problem, solve the entire gamut of problems that we have, which is not the truth. It's very false. Decentralization, again, as I mentioned, decentralization is a word that we like to use in marketing and say, oh yeah, decentralize all the things, decentralize all the things. But the reality is that decentralization is contextual within a specific problem set, right? So when we look at blockchain networks, we need to focus on what is the problem that we're trying to solve and how does, if blockchain solves it, how do we actually solve these problems? Security, people also kind of like a primer here in blockchain. Blockchain doesn't make networks more secure by any means. It's just something that we need to be able to understand as well, that you still have to have your security measures. You still have to figure out in terms of integration, APIs, network security policies, everything. The blockchain just doesn't give you this straight out of the box. So these are things that we need to think about as we're carving out these networks. Immutability, as I mentioned before. Auditability, so how do you actually validate, right? I mentioned IoT devices earlier, where you have these IoT devices that are giving you this data, but what about if those IoT devices are not the IoT devices that you installed initially? How do we verify them? Because we can't verify them. They're low-power devices. They can't hold the power to actually cryptographically prove, hey, by the way, this is me on the network. So how do we actually verify? We're collecting data, but how do we know the data is good? And I think gentlemen before me actually mentioned this in terms of blockchain as a silver bullet. Blockchain solves all the problems. Actually, it does not. It's a great tool, but it's not given in a silo. You can't just throw blockchain into the middle of something and say, yeah, it's going to solve all of our problems. You still need to incorporate blockchain networks into legacy networks, into enterprise networks, and you need to figure out what the problem is. And if blockchain fits, how do we actually create a network where blockchain actually feeds on what we built, right? You go and sit down with some type of enterprise and you say, hey, by the way, we're going to move all of your records to enterprise. Or you sit down with the government and you say, hey, by the way, we're going to put all your security confidential information on some type of chain. And they're going to say, are you kidding me? Absolutely not. So these are things that we need, like when we start architecting these blockchain networks and solving problems is something that we really need to think about before we actually just say, hey, blockchain solve our problems. So how do we create it? And these are some of the things that we need to be asking ourselves, right? Governance is a major component of this, right? We back in 2017 with crypto coins, I mean, it was like the madness of the century. You had all the public kind of believers that said, no, decentralize all the things or the whole world's going to go to hell. Permission chains are worthless. Everything needs to be public. Everything needs to be public. But the reality is that we as humans, we cannot have everything decentralized because we need some type of comfort or security. I mean, mean, if you look at banking, like at the banking world, banking institutions have some type of government support in order to cover assets that are lost for whatever reason, right? So you have the FDIC, you have FINRA, you have the SEC that need to come in. There's a human element here that we need to process for us to feel better about using a specific technology. So when we think about decentralize all the things where everything goes to hell, it's not. It's a fallacy. It's not something that we can actually work and do today. Access and revocation is a major problem, as I mentioned before, right? In terms of, okay, so we have these laptops and we have these devices. Who revokes who and who has access to revoke? Because we can't revoke, we have to do it through a specific device. So how do we solve these problems? We have key management stores. How do we store these keys? If you have multiple devices, do all these keys go in one device? Do they go in separate devices? And then how do you actually prove and revoke those keys from a different device? So these are all different issues in terms of identity that we're starting to think about, but they need to be at the forefront of how we architect and think about blockchain solutions. Data transfer layer in terms of, okay, well, does all the data need to live in a blockchain? Especially when you're talking about GDPR and legislative movements. When you have right to be forgotten, what do you do if that record is on a chain, right? So it can't just be everything on a chain. So you have to get creative in terms of, okay, what problem are we solving and how do we actually abide by some of the laws that are passed globally? Password key recovery, how do you do this with keys? Without going too much into cryptography, it's a very difficult problem to say, okay, well, I have everything encrypted with this key, I lost this key, and now I need to re-roll a new key. Okay, so if you need to re-roll a new key and you don't have access to that, that means that that key is now owned by the corporation, so that defeats the whole purpose of adding value as we talk about privacy and security. So these are interesting problems just that I want to kind of prime you guys to think about. Symmetric versus asymmetric, right? Hybrid encryption mechanisms, right? Symmetric is to go from a very high level. Symmetric is is basically just one hash that you actually solve all your stuff with. Asymmetric means that you have a public and a private key, which is a little bit different. Is how every time that you go to a Bank of America, Chase, any banking institution that has HTTPS and a little bar that it turns green, that uses an asymmetric key, right? You actually verify the certificate with some other authority, right? Which goes back to who verifies that these certificates are correct. And good versus malicious actors. I mean, this is in every software corporation, business, ever, right? You need to think about, okay, well, what can happen and what can they do to the network? And retroactive corrections, which is, if we're immutable, we can't build a system that says, well, if we're immutable, we're actually going to go back and change these records, right? Well, no, because once it's there, philosophically speaking and theoretically speaking, blockchains are not supposed to change these records. So how do you actually build a system that when you understand that this data from this IoT device has polluted all the algorithms that you run, how do you fix that problem? You can't go back and actually rewrite the data, so how do you architect it from the beginning so it's actually accessed? So these are very, very, very difficult problems to solve. So blockchain applications, so let's start thinking about the world today, right? So where's the value of these permission chains? So the value is when you start getting a business network, a second business network, third, fourth, fifth, and you start joining, you start chatting with your competitors or your entire supply chain of everyone that actually contributes to what you're doing. And you say, let's sit down and figure this out because we have a lot of problems here. But I think if we build something together, we'll actually either lower some of our risk, or we'll increase the value of our companies because now we're actually agreeing on some of these things and we may be able to remove some of the human factor that is very expensive for companies today. So it starts always with a business network. Without a business network, rethink of using blockchain. So you form this blockchain consortium network and you put this kind of blanket over all the companies that you're agreeing with, right? So for example, IBM and Maersk, they have all these different third-party companies that fall within trade lens, but they're all speaking the same language. So they say, okay, well, we're agreeing to this, and the more participants you have in the network, the more value the network has. Then you have the smart contract chain code, which is where we always focus, right? Every blockchain conversation that I always have with executives is always around smart contracts. Can we do this with a smart contract? Can we do this with chain code? Can we do this programmatically? Yes, but it's already 2 layers above the problem you're trying to solve. And after that, you have identity. Everything starts with identity. Without being able to verify who is generating this data, you're not going to have a very good network. Then you start building what we know traditionally in terms of APIs, which is application programming interfaces, where, is this the time correct? Left? Or that's just like a vanity flaw? It's vanity flaw. So you have API SDKs, right? You need to be able to These networks, in terms of architecture, are very difficult. We've been working with, as I mentioned, one of the largest unicorns in the world, and they have a very large network with all the telcos, with a lot of the Fortune 500 companies. And one of the things that, as we've been architecting the system over the last year, is that the corporations that we want to start building this network of value with don't necessarily have the tools to join, right? They're not going to come in and hire all these blockchain engineers because they're very expensive to come and figure this out. So you have to give them the tools so they can just plug in and actually say, okay, well, these are the laws. I don't need to worry about the infrastructure, but I do want to participate because I need to be able to either put my vote or validate that these things are actually happening. So that's when you start adding the value. And then, of course, everything else is traditional. Client, servers, devices, everything that sits on top of it, right? What communicates with the actual network. So we live in an era where data is absolutely gold. It's the most important thing in the world right now. Everything is moving towards data. The data that we're generating, as we start talking about machine learning algorithms and being able to predict specific things with a high degree of probability, data is the most important. If you have bad data, you have bad results, then that could kill your business. So one of the important things here, and why I say data is so important, is because you have this, right? GIGO, anyone heard of GIGO before? It's garbage in, garbage out, right? You give garbage to a system, the system's going to spit out garbage, right? So we need to make sure that the data that's being generated through our network is actually the data, it's clean, and we want to verify that this data is clean. Blockchain doesn't solve that. Blockchain is a good solution for when the data is good and clean, then you have a good system, okay? Brave, anyone heard of Brave? Raise your hands. The same guys that know blockchain and the same guys that know Brave. Good. So Brave is a browser. It was made by the founder of JavaScript and Mozilla's. And their whole attack is against Google and Facebook and centralization of data. So what they allow you to do is basically block all these ads and all these site crawlers, and they allow you to actually watch advertisements and get paid for watching these advertisements where you can select what you want to see. It's gotten a ton of publicity over the last 2-3 years, and I think in last year it went from 1 million to 6 million, like in a matter of no time. So it's something that we definitely need to pay attention to because this is the world that we're going on, right? The world here is, I am a user, I'm in a browser. Why do we need to pay for Facebook or Google to be able to come and company to pay them so then they can dictate what they want to pay? In a world, if you ask me 10, 20 years from now, the companies are going to be able to say, give me a profile of these people. I don't need to know who these people are, and you're able to do that with your knowledge proofs and these networks that we've been talking about in terms of identity. And as a user, I say, you know what, I do want to look at these advertisements, but removing moral judgment aside, if I want to see things that are taboo, but the companies want to advertise to me, why shouldn't I be able to advertise to them without actually disclosing who I am? And that's the world that we're moving into. So Brave is the first step in that direction. So that's what they're doing. So this is, let's talk about a now more broad case. We're working with the Blockchain Foundation of Florida. We've been invited to actually take part of the steering committee. Florida is trying to really kind of push the envelope here. And one of the initiatives that we're working with is this agreement between Singapore, Airport Changi, London Heathrow, MIA, and I think there's a couple other ones. And we started thinking about, okay, well, what's the passenger life cycle? Can blockchain and how does blockchain actually help this kind of movement? So I'm going to walk you through kind of like the future of what I think could happen, right? And this is just not blockchain, so you realize there's a few different components here. So let's start off with, I am a user, I have this mobile device, right? We're not getting rid of mobile devices for a very long time, so they're gonna stick around. So we'll go with mobile devices. Okay? So the US government is gonna do some type of fingerprint or give you some type of identity that says, okay, yeah, this is the user, I'm gonna give you this, right? So you as a user, and you're gonna be able, this already exists with global entry and a couple of different other global products for international traveling in order for you to go through customs and all that. So you put this in your mobile phone, great. So now I have this kind of passport, which is also a digital passport that I hold on my phone, my mobile device, right? Okay. This government also needs to be able to have some type of connection with these airlines for manifestos, for anything that is regulatory. So they need to have this also relationship with these airlines. So what happens is that this airline also needs to know access or have access to verify that you are who you are, and they do that through a passport. And the only way that they can do that without the actual physical footprint is through a third party that says, yeah, this is a passport, and cryptographically speaking, I'm going to verify that this is the person that you need to know, but you don't need to know the number, you don't need to know anything else. Just tell me exactly what you need to know. I'm going to say yes or no, because I'm the third party that's actually verifying this user. Okay? I do the same just to kind of get the brain gears going, but your suitcases, right? We're talking about smart suitcases, but not too far off to start thinking that these suitcases can actually have some type of IoT devices that can actually see what the status of the suitcase is, what the weight is, so you actually don't have to go and manually put it down there. So when you actually go to the airport, you already know, okay, this is the suitcase, and here's the provenance of what's happened to the suitcase throughout the entire trip, so they don't have to ask you, oh, has the suitcase been out of your site for X amount of time? So you start thinking about these things, and then you start creating all these relationships between the devices, the companies, and what you're trying to do. So airlines, obviously, with MIA, and that passport also with MIA, right? You have to go through TSA, you have to go through all these things, but giving these zero-knowledge proofs and giving these identity networks, you're able to do this in a very easy way without actually having any paper trail. Okay? So when you get to the airport, there's some type of, I know it's a pretty picture of a face, but it doesn't have to be facial recognition. It could be anything biometric, right? And as we continue to, research some of the biometric, some of the different biometric solutions, this is going to be very important in terms of how do you actually validate physically and the digital world that's beyond face, right? So let's just say that you're traveling abroad and you need a visa. Well, the visa can actually hook up to the system as well. That can be a participant in the blockchain network that says, I'm going to give you this visa and I'm going to attach it to the passport that is verified by the US government, all cryptographically speaking, so all in the digital space. So you travel, you get to London Heathrow, the same thing, right? London Heathrow is going to say, okay, well, I need to verify you without a manual process through customs, and I can verify you using cash because I'm participating in this network. And the same thing as you go to Singapore, let's just say Singapore gives you also a visa, then you just start collecting and you put all of this in your wallet, and your wallet actually dictates and controls all of this. That's kind of just to think broad in terms of global ID. How do we do this? So the stuff that we covered today. Verifiable claims, selected disclosures. What do I need to show you and prove to you without actually having anything else? Without actually giving you a piece of data, but I can tell you, hey, I have over $1 million, but I'm not going to tell you what's on my bank account. And interfaces, right? How do we interface with different groups and different government bodies in order to do this? So, as I said, the technology is there. It's a matter of actually having this conversation and sitting down with governments, enterprises, and businesses to actually start agreeing on what these networks look like in order to actually build what the future looks like. That's it for me, guys. Thank you for having me, and thank you for hosting me.
Blockchain and some of the misunderstood concepts about blockchain. So many people sort of equate Bitcoin to blockchain. So I'm going to focus my talk on that. And I'm in computer science faculty, so I will focus more sort of on the lower level. How can we build applications and support some of the things that we've heard the other speakers talk about. And so that's what I'm trying to do. I'll give a sort of a brief overview of what blockchain is and how it's used. Maybe a little more lower level than we've seen so far to try and help us understand how that works and all the different sort of moving parts that we need to build an application. And then at the end, I'll be going over a number of different applications. It's not just cryptocurrency that we can do with blockchain. And I'll also, what did I do? It's okay. And then also some of the sort of cybersecurity issues with some of the solutions. So what's a Bitcoin and blockchain? Bitcoin actually helped popularize the idea of a blockchain. It was introduced the notion of a blockchain. So what are the features of blockchain? Well, it's a distributed system, and we use what we call an immutable ledger that we use to register all the transactions. And then we have to have some sort of agreement on how we enforce conditions and impose logic in our system, something we're going to do through something we call a smart contract, and I'm going to talk about that a little later. Now, when we go down to concept, in order to support this type of applications, we have to have two key components. And one of them would be the immutable ledger. That's how we keep track of what's going on and data and the operations. And then the second would be the smart contract. And I'll talk about more about that. And then in terms of types, we've heard some of the previous speakers trying to categorize the different types of blockchain we have. And so I'm going to say we have two. We have one that's public, and then we have one that I'm going to use the word permission, meaning we can actually do authentication and control what can and cannot be done. And then you can obviously combine them and have maybe some sort of hybrid solution where maybe some of the things you do are permission and some are not. And so I'm going to start with the sort of foundation of a blockchain, and that's an immutable ledger. And that's a mechanism that we use to register data and transactions in a manner that cannot be changed and that we can all trust. And so in this particular example, I'm looking at, let's say, the very first 3 blocks for a blockchain. And you can see the idea is to store some data, and then so that we need to be able to trust that data, because this data is distributed. Remember, there's many nodes. And how do we trust that data? And we trust that data by using something called a crypto hash or a hash. Some people confuse with encryption. It's not the same thing. The hash, it's a one-way function. I have data, I calculate my hash, give it to you. If someone changes that data, you can calculate the hash, and if you compare them, they're different. You know that someone messed with your block, something has changed. Not the same as encryption. And it's called a blockchain because they're chained through those hashes. So you can see that to calculate the hash of a block, I'm going to use also part of that hash will be computed using the hash of the previous block, and that kind of forms the chain. Okay? So that's the main idea, and that's how this works. And if we make that open to the participants of their blockchain, anyone can go and check and verify what's there. And that's how we build trust. And in addition, if there's a need to keep all this very confidential, or we can also encrypt those blocks so that only people with permission can actually look at them. So then the next question is, yeah, that sounds very good. I have a ledger, and it's supposedly immutable, but this thing is distributed. We have many, many nodes that are participating in this, and some of them maybe are going to be bad nodes, and they're going to try to maybe change things, right? And if you're talking about Bitcoin, it would be good to have someone maybe changing how much money maybe I have in my wallet or something like that, and in that particular event. So the question is, how do we ensure consistency? How can we all trust that what's there has not been changed and it is what it is? And it's done by sharing the ledger, so everyone can have it. That's how we create trust. But then we have to have a way to detect whether we have maybe a malicious player who's trying to change something on that particular blockchain network. And then the idea is simply, okay, we need to reach a consensus, but then how do we reach consensus? When you have lots and lots of nodes participating in this network, how do we get to an agreement as to what's the actual state of the ledger? And the mechanism that we use to agree on what that state happens to be is what we call a consensus algorithm. So what's a consensus algorithm? It's a method or a protocol or a mechanism by which we can make decisions within a group. And a blockchain is a group. So we have a group of nodes. So how can we do that? There's many different ways to do that, and I've listed a few here. How do we do that? There's a mechanism called proof of work. Let's grab my next slide. What Bitcoin happens to use. There's a proof of stake. It's used by Ethereum, another popular platform for building blockchain. And there's delegated proof of stake, there's proof of elapsed time, and then the final one that I'm going to talk a little bit more about, it's called a practical Byzantine fault tolerance protocol, which is used by Hyperledger. And we've heard a previous speaker say that there's statistics out there showing that about 60% of the applications in this domain are being now developed by or using Hyperledger. So I'm going to describe now in more detail then those two. One used by Bitcoin, the other one used by Hyperledger. So how do we reach consensus in Bitcoin? It's by making sure we use the proof of work mechanism. It's making sure that more than 50% of the nodes agree on what the current state of the blockchain happens to be. And if we do that, then that's the consensus. The problem sometimes with this is as the ledger grows and then when we start communicating, there may be a problem of scalability. But proof of work is more than 50% say this is a state and that's a state. In Hyperledger, we use the practical Byzantine fault tolerance, which is based on a classical problem of distributed computing, and it's called the Byzantine generals problem. And it's the basic idea of this one, it's very simple. You have two generals, it's a distributed computing problem. You have two generals, they have a common enemy, they want to attack and they want to reach a consensus as to what time do we attack. So how do they solve that problem? It's a distributed computing problem. When they agree that one of them, called the leader, send a message to the other and say, okay, we can attack this time. And then what's the problem with that? Well, if you're that general, you probably want to make sure that the other general got your message. So how do they fix that? Well, they say, okay, I'm going to send you an acknowledgement. We send the acknowledgement, okay? And so now, how do I know whoever sends that acknowledgement, the second general, how does that general know that the other general got the acknowledgement? So that's a problem. And I could keep going on and on with the acknowledgement. I could also then send another acknowledgement to acknowledge the previous acknowledgement. To see where this is going. I could do it forever and ever, and then we never get to do something. So that's the main problem. And then the problem was phrased in more distributed terms, because the original one only has two generals, and several generals, and then they throw in an additional problem. Maybe some of those generals were malicious, they were not really all part of the same team. And so they worked an algorithm where, introducing this model, you have to have an agreement from 2/3 of the nodes. People who have studied the problem have been able to show you need to have at least 2/3 of the nodes agree on what's the current state of the blockchain. So those are there are many other consensus algorithms. These two happen to be one Bitcoin, the other one Hyperledger, one of the most common ones. And so with what I described so far, you can have a blockchain. You could build certain applications that are based on blockchain. But in most cases, not just cryptocurrency, some of the things we're trying to address in this conference, looking for different applications, food safety, healthcare, things like that. How can we build applications that require maybe a little bit more of sophistication and or add business logic? And the way we do that is through what we call smart contracts. And it's like one of our previous speakers said, a little bit of a misnomer, the smart contract. There's no AI or intelligence behind it. It was called smart because you can do more things than you could do before. Probably not the best name, but it's done, and that's what we call it. We call it a smart contract. There's no AI, no artificial intelligence behind it. And the really nice thing about it is that they're a little bit more functional than paper-based contracts. We can do more sophisticated things depending on the domain and the problem that we're trying to solve. So I started looking for definitions of smart contract, and this is one that's commonly accepted. It's a set of premises specified in some digital form, or using computer, including protocols within which the parties perform on these premises. So we have to have an agreement, and then we need to enforce it. And so that's the whole thing behind smart contracts. How do we do that? And there are different ways to do it. Some of the platforms offer their sophisticated solutions. So Bitcoin, it's blockchain based, it uses blockchain, but it's very simple in terms of smart contracts. There's not much we can do in terms of basic logic other than verifying the transactions, making sure that no one's messing with those. And so after the blockchain idea was popularized, Ethereum came out as a possible solution or an alternative, and they came out with the notion of smart contracts, and they took it a little bit further. They decided, wouldn't it be cool if we maybe generated some sort of a language where I can write those contracts, then I can compile them, then I can sort of run them and enforce them. That'd be really, really nice. And that's exactly what they did. And so they created a language that can be used to encode those smart contracts, and then and then you can compile them. And they also have something that's called an EVM, which is just a virtual machine. Like in Java, things like that, by having a virtual machine, then you kind of ensure that no matter where I run this thing, I get the same result. That's it. And Ethereum were one of the first ones to do that, but there are many other solutions that can be used to build this kind of application and then create smart contracts. And so I've listed the ones that I think are the most popular, and they're not the only ones. Ethereum used to be really, really popular. They were the first ones to came out with the idea of those smart contracts. So I would say if you were in this domain maybe 3 years ago, 2-3 years ago, Ethereum was really, really big. And then came out Hyperledger Fabric, which right now is open source and it's backed by the Linux Foundation. So there's a very large support base for Hyperledger, which makes it pretty popular. And they have a mechanism also called chain code that you can use to enforce smart contracts. And so another popular platform based on Java. So if you like Java and you accept all the good properties that Java has, this is also a pretty popular platform. Then we have Stellar, and there are others. So depending on what it is you like, or if you want to go with whoever has the largest portion of the market, you have a choice of which platform to pick. It just so happens that for some of the stuff that I'm doing, we pick Hyperledger, but we could have picked something else. So now we hopefully have a good understanding of what blockchain is. It's not just Bitcoin or cryptocurrency. We can do other things. So what sort of other things can we do? And I think this is why we're all here. And I'm glad to see. And you can probably tell by my accent. I'm from Latin America originally, so, but I don't see Latin American countries trying to take a lead on this new sort of emerging technology. So I was really happy to hear from David and some people in my university at the same time, maybe trying to be a leader in this domain, because there's so many things we can do with blockchain. And we've heard some of our previous speakers talk about some of this. So finance might be the obvious one. There's lots of things we can do in finance. You can do cryptocurrency, which we're doing. You can do some sort of maybe stock trading, anything where you need to register all those transactions and make sure that we trust it. It could also be used by the insurance industry, okay, where we digitize the events and how we file the claims and so on. It could also be used in healthcare. We all have electronic medical records that may be stored and used and analyzed using a blockchain. And if you use the right blockchain, in this case, in my opinion, it would be a permissioned blockchain, then we can ensure the security and privacy of the patient, something that should be very important, in my opinion. We can also use it for logistics and verify, maybe check your supply chain and so on. We can use it in manufacturing and making sure we have some sort of maybe protection against counterfeiting and copyright protection, whatever happens to be important for that domain. We can also use it for energy. Okay, we all use energy, and I'm sure many of us have things in our houses. Sometimes maybe looking at how much power we consume and things like that. So there's a lot of interest in that domain too. There's also an initiative called Industrial Internet of Things, where they're trying to build Internet of Things type of devices that could be used in the power industry. And I've seen some advertising already on the internet trying to do that sort of thing. It can be obviously used in agriculture and food to ensure food safety. You can couple it maybe with RFID or other mechanism to make sure we can trace the origin of the goods. We can improve food distribution, reduce food waste. We can check for freshness and all those things. So that's another domain we could use blockchain. Internet of Things, it's a big thing nowadays. IoT, everyone's also talking about what's coming. Really soon, or if not now, your coffee maker will be connected to the internet. I know I've seen fridges, the refrigerators connected to the internet, all kinds of devices. You can open doors, you can activate camera, all sort of things. So there's obviously a good domain of application for Internet of Things type of devices that would be sort of part of the, we can use blockchain to verify some of the things that they can do. Like for instance, one of the most common operations of those devices, and I'm sure you've done it 1,000 times with maybe other devices, is updating your firmware. Okay? And how do we verify whatever firmware I'm putting on my device is the right one, that it's not very expensive? So blockchain could also be used in that domain. It could also be used in the entertainment industry. Gaming, so big right now. There are lots of gaming platforms where goods are exchanged sometimes. So I believe it could be also used in that domain. Entertainment, controlling content. How do we do that? How do we reach an agreement on what we can do and cannot do, what kind of things I can access or not? I believe we can also use a blockchain for that. So if nothing else, one thing I'd like you to take from my presentation today is that blockchain can be used for a number of things, and we're all right now trying to figure out what that is. I think it's a good moment to be working on this domain. But there are challenges. There are challenges associated with blockchain, and one of those challenges is security. And most of the things we do, like I said before, it's a distributed network, and we're all communicating, and nowadays we all use the internet to communicate. And we all know that bad stuff can happen over the internet. Once you open it up to a network, there's bad players out there. So we need to worry about cybersecurity. We've already seen cases where some of the Bitcoin exchanges have been attacked and lots of money have been lost. And that's why I asked my question before about Bitcoin and all the anonymity. It's hard to believe we had some bad players who stole the equivalent of about $600 million, and we may not have a clue who did it. And it's a lot of money, and so that's scary. It's scary if we cannot sort of tie transactions to some sort of identity. And so security is a big challenge. I think it's going to continue to be a big challenge. And whoever's developing those blockchain platforms, with those nodes that are communicating over the network, will have to think about what could happen if you have a bad player compromise the system. I think all the mathematicians and people who work in theory of encryption and so on, the theory is sound. It is the problem is that the protocols oftentimes are the ones that are vulnerable. Okay? Doesn't have to be just the encryption. It's the protocol. So whoever's developing those platforms are going to have to think about that so that they cannot be compromised. Privacy, another consideration, depending on the domain you have to be working on. There may be domains where maybe a public or open blockchain is okay, but I also believe there are many domains where you have to have a permission blockchain. You have to have some sort of authentication and an ability to maybe map identities to transactions or roles or something that controls what can and cannot be done. The other challenge we're going to run into, I think, is also scalability. We heard also one of the previous speakers mentioning sometimes people equate the ledger with the database. And if every node has to be carrying all that data, it's a lot of data. Okay? And if you look at Bitcoin, if you wanted to have the whole ledger, it's humongous. And imagine now if every node has to have the whole thing, it wouldn't work that way. So we need to think about scalability so that we can still have useful applications. And then finally, integration. The blockchain is not a standalone service or solution. It'll be up to us and the developers to think about the different problems that we can solve with this technology. I think if we move more into banking, insurance, they have their own way of doing things. So we're going to have to think about a way of integrating what we can do with blockchain with what they're doing right now. And I believe that's going to be a challenge. And so before I go to that one, I wanted to plug in. I'm pulling double duty. Thanks to David and this conference tomorrow. We're running a workshop. My student is running a workshop on how to use Hyperledger to check firmware updates on an IoT device, Internet of Things. And I have that device here with me. And everyone who goes to the blockchain will get one, to the workshop tomorrow will get one of this. You see how tiny this thing is? Very cheap. This one, I can get it retail. I'm sure if I could buy it in bulk, I could get it much cheaper. I can get this thing retail for about $2. This thing has 8 digital inputs and outputs general purpose. It has one analog digital converter. It does Wi-Fi. and it's Arduino compatible, which Arduino is a very common platform to develop embedded applications. You can do all that for $2. And say, well, but I want a little bit more, maybe now everyone's talking also about Bluetooth. Well, you can, for maybe $3 to $4, there's a new version of this thing. It'll also do Bluetooth. And so, if you're around tomorrow, I'm invited to come to this workshop where we'll be looking at specifically the Internet of Things, domain, and how to develop applications using Hyperledger, the Hyperledger fabric, which the previous speaker said, about 60% of the applications are being built using that particular platform. So with that, I'm going to end and say thank you again. Thank you to David and the team.
Thank you so much, Doctor. We're going to have some questions. Okay.
For the questions also, I want to say to the, it's okay to ask in Spanish. The only reason I chose to do my presentation in English is I've learned all this in English. I've been in the US for a very long time, so I'm not sure I would have exactly the right term in Spanish, but I can understand perfectly. So feel free to ask the questions.
Okay, raise your hands.
Hello, good morning. In your presentation, when comparing different blockchain types, you put Ethereum as congested and all of that. So I believe, what's your opinion on the future Ethereum upgrade that's coming in the next few years, Ethereum 2.0?
I think Ethereum will do a little bit better than they're doing right now, because they're kind of losing the fight against Hyperledger. I will not try to predict what's going to happen, because right now we're at a point where it's good to be doing this. Things are in a continuous flux of change, and I mean, I'd love to know which one's going to come out the winner, but I have no idea right now.
Thank you. More questions?
We have one over there.
Oh, here, okay.
Buenos días.
¿Qué tal?
Buenos días, señor Gracia. Quisiera saber, ¿cuáles cree usted que son los desafíos o los pasos que necesita dar América Latina para que el blockchain sea más confiable, gane más terreno?
Creo que hay, buena pregunta. Lo voy a responder todo en español. En mi opinión, hay dos challenges. El primero es tener leadership, alguien que tenga la visión de que podemos hacer cosas buenas con blockchain, que hay aplicaciones que nos pueden ayudar en todos estos dominios que mencioné, salud, finanzas. La primera sería visión. Si no tenemos a alguien que tenga la visión, no va a ocurrir. Por lo que veo aquí en Panamá, por lo que está haciendo David, la visión está ahí. La segunda, que es la que más me preocupa a mí como educador, como profesor, es que todos estamos hablando de lo que uno de los presentadores antes dijo de hype. Todo el mundo habla de esto y nadie sabe realmente cómo hacerlo. Entonces tenemos que educar a la gente en cómo esto funciona y qué tipo de plataformas pueden usar para hacer las aplicaciones. So I'm going to answer the question in English. Two things I think we need vision and leadership. I think we have that here, and I'm glad we have it. And the second one would be education. Let's educate people how to build this thing. I don't want it to be all just hype either. I want people to know what can and cannot be done. Yeah. We have more questions?
Yes, you know that.
Buenas, excelente presentación. Soy profesor de la Universidad Tecnológica de Panamá, justamente en Ingeniería de Sistemas Computacionales. En el 96 yo estaba estudiando precisamente el problema de los generales incentivos, resolviendo este tipo de problemas con algoritmos randomizados. Regreso a Panamá, América Latina ha necesitado por lo menos, no sé sé cuántos años, ya perdí la cuenta, de esperar que se hable justamente de computación de alto rendimiento para poder lograr estas cosas. Y esto implica que nuestra academia tiene que cambiar fundamentalmente la forma de lo que se enseña y lo que se enseña, porque tiene que ser de mucho más peso, que hay mucha matemática de por medio y de hecho hay mucho algoritmo y complejidad computacional. Pregunto, como usted está en la Universidad de Tulsa, Oklahoma, yo estudié en la Universidad de North Texas, solamente a 30 minutos de donde usted está. Pudiésemos establecer, aquí está mi vicedecana, la profesora Adriana Topic, algún tipo de colaboración, donde a través de su departamento y con sus proyectos, nuestros estudiantes, uno de ellos está sentado aquí a mi derecha, pudiese participar para poder empezar a estudiar más, ya con más profundidad y hacer el leapfrog. Porque definitivamente hay que decirlo, en Panamá no se estaba haciendo investigación en ciencias computacionales pesadas, más que nada porque nuestro sector de negocios y económico ha estado más en servicios. Sin embargo, ahora con Bitcoin, con blockchain, el área de servicios es el que va a ser precisamente impactado por el uso de tecnología de alto rendimiento. ¿Tenemos la colaboración?
Sí, por supuesto que sí. Y para agregar a lo que usted ha dicho, el mismo problema que veo con eso, todos estos algoritmos para alcanzar consenso, lo hemos visto hace muchos años atrás. Lo mismo está pasando ahorita con Data Science, Machine Learning. Ahorita ha resucitado por el problema de Data Science, Data Analytics, Predictive Analytics, Business Analytics. Así que yo sí creo que tenemos que hacer más y yo soy un educador, soy un profesor. Yo creo que tenemos que educar a la gente para que, como usted dijo, puedan desarrollar esas aplicaciones y no nada más hablar sin idea de cómo construirla o qué tipo de propiedades tiene.
More questions? No? So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please welcome Mr. Alex Nascimento.
Alright, you guys can hear me? Yes. Alright, fantastic. Alright, we're going to try to do this as fun and as engaging as possible. So I don't have the clicker for those slides, but I can see them here, and I was told that they are in Spanish. I'm going to try to do my best here. So I'll tell you guys a little bit more. This is fantastic. Perfect. All right, awesome. Got about 90 minutes here. I'm going to try not to put you guys to sleep. So here's the whole idea, right? I got into this space like around 2015, 16, and we started teaching blockchain at UCLA in 2017, which most of you might remember as the year that Bitcoin hit $20,000. To a certain extent, when the Securities Exchange Commission was unsure of what kind of asset class was an ICO, they started hammering and putting a lot of pressure on initial coin offerings or ICOs as unregulated security sales, which eventually also raised some flags at the administration at UCLA because blockchain was very tied to the image of ICOs around that time. And that's when we, as a group of faculties, decided that we were going to research how we could do this fundraising on the blockchain from a regulated perspective. So my research at UCLA is mainly on security tokens, and I have a book here that we launched. This is the book we use to teach at UCLA. We're donating this book to, last time I checked, 52 universities. So if you have any academic institution or training model, we're happy to donate it to you as well. And in the middle of the presentation, I will give you guys a code that you can download the book for free. So our idea was always to propagate the information so that more people could understand how to do this from a regulated point of view, so that we could flourish the entire ecosystem of blockchain. So blockchain companies could continue to take advantage of this very innovative fundraising mechanism, which was ICOs and how they work. So we're going to talk about, well, I guess I should skip like how smart contracts work, right? You guys already heard that throughout the entire year. And please interrupt me. Like, if you have a question, let's just try to do this a little bit more on the interactive side, rather than me standing here and talking 90 minutes and potentially put you to sleep. So we're going to go a little bit about what was the history between ICOs and STOs, and how it became STOs. What are security tokens? Organization of different asset classes, which is our specialty at 7cc. What I see as the future, and a little bit about the regulatory environment around the world. The interesting part about the regulatory system around the world is that you can find it on the back of the book. So if you download the book, on the back of the book there is an extensive regulatory framework of where things are around the world. I spent the last 2 years going around the world and talking to every potential lawyer and big firm you could possibly imagine. And the word across the globe is, we don't know, we're figuring out as we go. So if you think that this is close to rocket science, don't feel that you are alone. The biggest lawyers in the security space around the world are still trying to figure this out. We've had some great advancements in the past year, but we're still building. So, like I said, my name is Alex Nascimento. I teach this stuff at UCLA in Los Angeles. Whenever you come to LA, please come to a class of ours. We co-founded the UCLA Blockchain Lab, and happy to chat about it, about the history of the UCLA Blockchain Lab. But I guess this is a little bit for now. This is about the company and what we do. We provide consultancies for companies that are trying to raise money via regulated security token offerings. We provide research and educational material, and we advise investors who are looking to invest in blockchain. Like if you have a project and you're looking at that project and you're not really sure of the feasibility of the project, we can also advise you on that. A little bit of a disclaimer, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, neither financial advice, so please consult a lawyer before doing anything in this space. And here's where we got to where we are, right? So if you understand securities or if you understand money, the issue why blockchain became such an interesting tool to take this to the next level or to take this to the 21st century is because due to encryption, we cannot have double standards. So here's an interesting little slide that we use in this presentation is, you have a Mona Lisa, right? And you could technically make copies of that Mona Lisa which are not necessarily equal to the original, and go around the world and sell them. An interesting metaphor is that I can take a picture of this fabulous audience here and send the file of the picture to every one of you, and then each one of you would have a copy of that file, identical to the same photo. But in blockchain, because these are single files, you can utilize these files when I send them to you. I no longer have that file. So then that file can be a representation of an ownership of an asset, right? So if I have the ownership of that asset, then that's represented by an encrypted file, and I send it to you. Now I no longer have the ownership of that file, of that asset. You now have the ownership of that asset. A very important concept to understand why blockchain is revamping the financial industry. I guess many of the speakers here, which are much more well qualified to speak about how smart contracts work, ran over this morning. But you guys understand this, right? Two parties come together and then through computational and cryptography, you execute an investment contract. Right? The clauses of that investment contract are executed automatically. So you can see how this could be useful in many financial sectors. But then what was the history, right? A lot of the people that I know in the Silicon Valley thought, wow, this is amazing. So now I can issue a share of a new startup, which is this encrypted file, which gives me ownership of that potential new company, and just blast it all over the internet, and people all over the world can have access to the next Facebook or the next Uber. So then people started creating these coins and just propagating them out on the internet and exchanging them for cash, Bitcoin, Ether, or other things. And that created the boom of the ICO industry. Right? At a certain point, the Securities Exchange Commission of the United States said, hold on a second there. What you're doing is that you're selling an investment contract. And if you're selling an investment contract, you should be regulated. Right? You should not be able to sell an investment contract without going through the requirements that the SEC imposes on people selling investment contracts. Why? Because you don't want anyone on the corner of New York City selling shares of the Statue of Liberty to the nice tourists that come to visit town. We all seen that in the movies, right? So then the Securities Exchange Commission said, all right, let's draw a line here. What is an utility token? What does not constitute an investment contract? And everything that constitutes an investment contract is now going to be called a security token. Right? And I make that analogy like very simple. Think about a utility token, something that just gives you access, right? So if I build a pool, I can sell you a coin that gives you access to come on Saturday when it's really hot here in Panama, to jump into my pool, and then you leave at the end of the day, and then you buy another token to come here against my pool on Saturday, right? That gives you access. There's no investment. You're not looking to make money on that. Everything outside that scope, in the eyes of the Securities Exchange Commission of the United States, is considered a security token. Guess what? 99.9999 of all ICOs that were issued between 2015 and 2018 are now unregulated securities in the eyes of the SEC. Some of the accounts that we've seen show that the SEC was subpoenaing or going after about 200 plus ICO founders in the United States. And the interesting thing about securities fraud in the United States is that it never goes away. They can come after you today, they can come after you 20 years from now, they can come after you when you're 80 and you're enjoying your retirement, right? So it's really serious business. So everything now in the eyes of the United States is an investment contract. This whole industry imploded. Right? All the millions of dollars that people raised were now at risk of going all to legal defense. Right? Hiring a lawyer so that you wouldn't go to jail as a founder of an ICO project. So if we look at the textbook, what is a security? Right? So a security is essentially a financial instrument that holds a monetary value. And then all of you here are educated financially, you can think about all the variations that can be. That can be a bond, that can be a stock, that can be a debenture, or that can be any other creative form of financial asset that you think it would be interesting somebody to buy. So, if everything is a security, then how do we operate this now, right? The idea is that a company would issue a security, which is represented on the blockchain. Remember I mentioned that now you have this file on the blockchain, that cannot be duplicated. So now I'm just replicating. Think about just like a representation of your cap table of your shares are now stored on a blockchain, right? And the beauty of it is that if I want to sell you paper shares, I have to get a lawyer involved, we have to sit on the same room, we have to exchange cash or a wire, I have to change the cap table, I have to inform all of the other stockholders, especially in a kind of like a small startup. But now if this is automated in a blockchain, you can see the fluidity of shares of illiquid assets moving a lot faster at a much more efficient rate. Okay? So the company would issue a stock, let's just make it simple like that, store it on the blockchain. Every transaction of that stock, when it changes, when I buy it and I sell it to you and you sell it to him, that update gets updated by the blockchain. Everybody is happy, and you have a very, very low cost of making that transaction, which makes a lot of illiquid assets like startups shares very liquid. One of the interesting things here is just, why we talk a lot about the SEC, and I'm going to get to why the SEC is the ruling government around the world for securities, ICOs, and everything related. But William Hyman, which is the current director of the SEC, said that digital assets that represents rights, so anything that gives me a right as an investment contract, is and will remain to be considered a security token. So now think about this, right? You raised $50 million out of an ICO, you wake up in the morning and you're like, damn, I might go to jail. What do you do? So, aside from hiring a lawyer, which a lot of people did, I want to touch upon the different types of security transactions that you can issue on a blockchain. Okay. You can do tokenization of a variety of investments, like real estate. Right? Think about how challenging it is for a retail investor to be owner or shareholder of a new building or of a shopping mall that's growing out here in Panama City. Like, very challenging, right? Or for a startup to issue shares and sell it to thousands and thousands of investors. Very challenging, because the paperwork that you're processing to reach out thousands and thousands of investors make it economically not feasible for a startup. Mature companies, we use this example all the time. Let's say you own 20 restaurants here in Panama, and you want to do a capital raise. You have two options today, right? You can find some kind of angel VC that will give you cash against equity in your 20 restaurants, or you can go and take a loan in the bank. But with security tokens, you could essentially issue those additional shares on the blockchain, do a marketing campaign, and sell them out to your usual customers, people that come into your 20 restaurants, and raise money that way. So mature companies are also part of this opportunity, and can also take share on this. Other things we've seen is credits of energy being stored on the blockchain and traded. Units of art, right? Who here owns a Picasso? Manuel. All right, aside from Manuel, none of us do, right? So maybe we could own a part in a Picasso, or we all could come together and pool money together and buy a Picasso, and then if tomorrow one of you wants to sell your share of that Picasso, you can do it easily through the blockchain. The most common early stage use of these security tokens are shares of venture funds or private equity funds. Right? So if you take this to the traditional world, how does it work? Right? Because the ICO world was wild, wild west. I created a token, I hired my friend who was a developer, he created an ERC20 token, I built up a nice website with a video and splashy things. I ran a Facebook campaign, and I started to receive Bitcoin in exchange for my Mickey Mouse token. And a white paper that nobody read, which was, in my opinion, a dumbed-down version of a business plan. Right? I've seen people raise like millions and millions of dollars without even having a financial plan, which is ludicrous. But you play on people's greed and people's stupidity, and you might go really far. But that ship has sailed, right? So now the SEC tells the world, hey, listen, everything's a security token, and since you're issuing a security, you're now going to have to operate just like a security, and then follow the ecosystem of a traditional security. So here are the 6 pillars of the ecosystem of securities on the blockchain, right? 1, custody and trust. If I'm an institutional investor and I'm going to buy some type of share in your newest and greatest IPO that just came out of Panama, which is going to overtake Uber and Facebook and Google at the same time, right? I'm an institutional investor. I want to make sure that there is a third party that's going to hold custody of that security, because there's third party custody risk when you're dealing with securities. Now, let me pose you a question which we pose to a lot of hedge funds in New York every time we go there to educate the group, is if you buy a security on a blockchain and you lose your password, aka your private keys, who you're going to call? And by the way, you think that, you know, your most senior member in your hedge fund or mutual fund will know how to operate private and public keys? Shall the private keys and password be with the intern? So that doesn't work in the securities world. If you're dealing with institutional investors, you need a third party to hold custody. Actually, if we think it further, the most flawed argument in the securities token ecosystem is that it will one day become decentralized. Pardon my English, but that's the biggest BS you could probably hear from someone that doesn't know what he's talking about. Because I'll give you one point of view, right? If you're an investor and you buy a security and you lose your private keys, don't you have the right to call the security issuer and say, hey, listen, I give you $1 million for a few shares of your company. I lost my private keys. Can you please reissue them to me? What should the person on the other side of the line say? Oh, sorry, we're decentralized. Can't give you. You lost your private keys. Bye-bye, thanks for the support. Right? That will never happen in an institutional world. So, security tokens on blockchain, by definition, will never be decentralized. You have to have a central point of touch, which will be able to reissue the security, the proper owner of that security, in case of loss of private keys or passwords or whatever you want to call it. The second point of that ecosystem is the issuance platforms. Like, who's going to build that token? Right? There is a lot of regulatory compliance that goes into a security. KYC, AML, who you are, make sure you're not in some kind of terrorist list. Obviously, no one in this room here is, but there are people out in the world who are. Right? You also have to comply with your cap table. Right? I need to know as an issuer of a security, who are my security holders? So that code, that development needs to be built by an issuing platform, which there are a few in the United States and around the world. Some of the most famous are Securitize, Securrency, Harbor, Swarm. These guys all build the token, kind of like the representation of the smart contract. Maybe one thing that I touched lightly and it's worth going back to is the following. When I go and I buy Apple shares in a traditional world, what am I actually doing? I'm actually buying a contract with Apple Inc. that states I'm an owner of a small little fraction percentage-wise of the entire company. And depending on what kind of share I get a voting right or I don't get a voting right, right? So essentially I'm buying a contract. That contract is going to get tokenized by an issuance platform who's going to transform that paper contract in code, in line of code. And that line of code, which is a representation of a smart contract of the traditional contract you're buying, is the thing you're going to potentially trade it around the world with a lot more ease, right? So issuing platforms are very important. Another thing that the United States poses on the environment is, all right, you're going to sell a security, you must know what you're doing. So now you need a broker-dealer license. So if you're going to sell a security, you're going to have to find a broker to sell your security, right? So we see now Coinbase, Propeller, other people like that, taking their security, their broker license, security broker license, badges and credentials, and taking it into the blockchain world, because essentially it's the same thing. You're selling security, so you need a broker. You're obviously going to need legal services from beginning to end. And you need, just like anything else, a trading platform. What we've been seeing getting more popular and popular as the days go by, similar things to NASDAQ, but that are trading security tokens, right? And in the end, you need a third party who does the compliance, KYC, AML of every party involved, so that you have a clean campaign. Some of these, I got the logos here, but you guys can look them up. NatKey is a good one, Verify Investors is another one. One of the things we're going to notice is most of these companies are all in the US. Why? Because the SEC is the ruling party of this show around the world. So here are some benefits of these security tokens, right? Why is the title of our book a financial revolution? Because this is going to revolutionize finance. And here are some of the reasons why. One, cost reduction, right? Much faster settlement. So, according to Goldman Sachs, a bank would spend, a large bank will spend about $6 to $10 billion in back office costs annually. You could probably fire a lot of people in the back office if you issue security tokens and everything we're running is on the blockchain, right? Automated revenue share and dividends issuance. When I talked about this in these keynotes that I do, people get somewhat surprised that in a market like the United States, you have about only 3,000 companies that pay dividends. Why is that? Because it's really hard to pay dividends. There's a lot of paperwork involved in paying dividends. There's a massive back office infrastructure that is needed for you to pay dividends. So unless you are a substantial company with substantial cash flow, you don't have the money or the infrastructure to pay dividends. But if you're automating them on a blockchain and you're paying people out through smart contracts, you can see how many more companies could take advantage of paying dividends. Fundraising for startups, much easier, right? Security tokens have a much lower risk of redemption because you can, in theory, sell them in the secondary market, which operates 24/7 and can take a lot more assets that are traditional illiquid assets like real estate. Or I have a counterparty that works with us as a collaborator of ours at UCLA in the US that's tokenizing whiskey, barrels of whiskey. Imagine how challenging it would be for you to sell shares of thousands of barrels of whiskey. Very hard. But if you're creating it on blockchain, a lot easier. And then a facility of transferring of ownership and a 24/7 market. So here is a little bit of a classification and framework of these key markets. Right? I have here some of the key markets like US, Japan, Singapore, Europe, and in the US, it's still very obscure. Obviously, if you're doing an ICO on an altcoin, you should not be in the US. Stable coins are a little bit less obscure, but essentially everything might be deemed as a security. In Singapore, you either have security or there is a small fraction of everything that represents a commodity being considered a utility token. In Europe is a lot very country specific. So you may be a utility in a country, you may be a security in another. That's where I was saying a lot of the lawyers in the space that are looking at this from an international regulatory point of view are still trying to figure it out how do we do this. But here's a little bit about what brought us here. And in July of 2017, the SEC was informed about the DAO scandal. If some of you are in the blockchain world, you understand what the DAO scandal was, which was the embezzlement of millions and millions of dollars that were running through one of the largest ICOs, which was the DAO ICO. As that raised the flag at the SEC, we saw the Munchie ICO also go through the ring, where tokens were often described as unregistered securities. Right? They were trying to do something kind of like Yelp, but the SEC said, nope, you are a security. Then this situation started to escalate, and we see projects like Paragon and Airfox. Paragon is an interesting project because they're based out of LA, which is my hometown. They were a cannabis-backed project that raised close to $300 million and had to refund some of their fundraising. Turnkey Jet was another one which received an action letter from the SEC, which started an investigation of their digital contracts. So this is to prove that the SEC really sat down and said, hey, listen, this is not going to fly, right? Either you're going to respect securities law, or we're going to throw the book at you. And then Inc., which is another one, was sued for $100 million for issuing unregulated securities. So this is no joke. So how do we, this is the interesting part. So when we started researching this, we understood that under the Jobs Act in the United States, you technically could issue an ICO, right? And the Jobs Act is not out of Steve Jobs, and it certainly was not designed for the blockchain space. It was an act that came under the Obama administration, which stands for Jumpstart of Our Business. As the U.S. was trying to get out of the 2008 recession, Obama issued this amendment, which allowed inside securities law for startups to raise money more efficiently at a lower cost, right? And it created a couple of tiers as kind of, let's call it milestones, if you're a startup, to raise money. So this is a lot about what I think is the really great, the big chunk of the value add of this talk here is understanding this. So I'm going to go over this pretty extensively. Stop me at any point if you have questions, right? So the idea is, hey, I'm a startup. I want to raise money and I want to do it in a regulated fashion. What are my options? And for the past 2 years, until July 10th of this year, these options were on paper and were law in the US, but they were not fully flushed out, right? But in July of 2010, 2 ICO companies, or 2 blockchain companies, let me rephrase that, they had done an ICO in the past, 2 blockchain companies went all the way to issue a public sale. So a fully regulated token offering. One is Blockstack, and the other is Props. Both are covered in the book. Dee Seidman, who is the CEO of Props, is a dear friend and also contributed to the book. So, which proved in July 2010, July 10th of this year, that you can issue a fully regulated token offering under all the laws and requirements of the SEC. So let's go through them. Right? The first step, and again, it's important to follow this along, that this was not built for blockchain. It's just blockchain adapting itself to current regulation. This was built for startups, for small businesses. First step that you can raise money in the United States is under what we call regulation crowdfunding, which was built for startup projects to go out and raise money with very, very low requirements. Right? You could raise up to $1,070,000 in the United States without essentially issuing any kind of securities registration. You can create a campaign on any of these crowdfunding platforms, call it Kickstarter, your own website, anything of that nature, and raise up to $1,070,000. That number keeps growing a little bit with inflation, but it's about there, right? And there's transfer restrictions, which whoever buys that share of your crowdfunding campaign will need to hold that share for 12 months before selling. So if you have a project and you need about $1 million, you can do this. And you can do this very, very simple, in a very, very simple way. And all you do is fill out the form after you raise the money.
Is there a restriction in terms of how many times you can do that?
You can do this once, right? Because what happens is that when you pass so let me rephrase that. You can do that as many times until you reach $1,007,000. So if you want to run 3-4 campaigns, like so be it. The problem is that after you pass $1,070,000, you fall into another category, which now you need to do a little bit more paperwork, which is Regulation D, right? Regulation D is seen by the SEC as something that, okay, you're not in the kiddie pool anymore. You're now a company that has a little bit of cash, you know what you're doing. You're trying to raise more than $1,070,000, but now, hey, listen, you can't take money from uneducated investors. You can't take money from people that don't know what they're doing. You can only take money and raise money from what we call accredited investors. You might be familiar with this or not. In the United States, roughly speaking, an accredited investor is someone who is seen by the SEC as an educated person that knows what they're doing and has money to lose in case your startup burns up in flames. So that cap, I'll give you guys 3 pointers. It's Either you have $1 million in liquid assets, you're qualified as an accredited investor, or you make $250,000 as annual income as a single person, or a little bit over $300,000 as a household. Let's say yourself and your wife. If you're on that threshold, you're an accredited investor, I can come to you and I can say, give me some money. And here are shares of my company. Here's a token of my company. Here's an STO of my company. Give me money, give me Bitcoin, give me wires, give me dollars, give me euros, give me whatever. The interesting thing here is that you also have lockups. The investor will need to hold that for 12 months. And that's today a large portion of the STOs that are in the market are under this regulation D, which only targets institutional guys. There is a small variation there, which is regulation D506B and D506C. The difference there, and if you dig deeper into research, or if you download the book and read the book thoroughly, you're going to see that the only difference there is like, one, you cannot advertise, and the other one, I can advertise. So I can go out to the world and say, hey, I have a fantastic idea. I'm going to be the greatest startup in the world. I'm coming out of Panama. Here's my video. Here's my website. It's all blinking and flashy. I got videos. I got celebrities. I got everything that you could possibly imagine in a marketing campaign, Instagram, whatever. If you're under regulation D, what happens is that when a potential investor comes through your channel, you have to qualify that person as a institutional or accredited investor. And again, looking through the eyes of the SEC, you, the issuer of that STO, is responsible for doing that process. So if you don't do it correctly, you might be in some serious trouble. That's why, I'm just going back here so that we can have a better perspective of what I was talking about. That's why you need compliance services, right, which will help you run that process of identifying if someone who's buying your security is a grandmother who was deluded by your great marketing campaign and is putting all of her savings into your STO, or is an angel investor or VC, someone who knows what they're doing and has the cash to use it. So regulation D was for the 2 years that this market exists, the only viable option for many of the new security tokens in the market. And why is that? You guys are going to find this interesting. For two main reasons. One, if you ever ran a digital marketing campaign, you know that you probably could spend close to $1 million to get a campaign really at a viral level. So regulation crowdfunding wasn't really a good fitting for a large token offering campaign, because potentially you could spend $500,000, $700,000 in a marketing campaign online and just only be able to raise like $1.7 million. So a lot of these companies, unless they were truly like good projects that got on viral, was not a good fit. So what these companies did is that they took regulation D and they ran through VCs, angel groups, private sales, and other channels of finding accredited investors. And the whole promise of the security market industry was sitting on the shoulders of what's named as Regulation A, Reg A, most well known in the market, Reg A, right? And more than that, there's two variations. There's Tier 1 and Tier 2. Reg A Plus is Tier 2. which is the highest level. And this is really interesting because we, for 2 years, researched this until it actually happened on July 10th of this year, that the law was there. The US government said, you could do this, right? But they weren't approving anyone. There wasn't a token offer that was approved by regulation to be a Reg A plus token offer. So what is a Reg A plus token offer? It's really interesting. So it's the same as any other token offering, but you go and you file a bunch of paperwork with the SEC, you hire some significant lawyers in space, you burn a few $1 million in legal fees, which I think is going to considerably be lower and lower as time goes by, because we're going to see the commoditization of these contracts and these services. But now it's about like the 2 token offerings that were out there were about 2 million, 3 million in costs. But here's the kicker. You could run your token offering just like people ran their ICO. You could advertise anywhere. You could put billboards, you could sell to your friend's grandmother, you could do whatever you want. It's a public sale. It's just like the sale of Apple stock. Okay? And you could raise, and here's the interesting part, which got a lot of people excited, is, okay, you're going to spend like $1 million or maybe $2 million, sometimes $3 million in legal fees, but you could raise every year $50 million. As the year floats around again, you could raise another $50 million. And in the third year, you could raise another $50 million. And in the fourth year, you could raise another $50 million. There's a auditing that goes on into doing a Reg A plus, but I can buy a Reg A plus today and resell it 30 minutes after. So on July 10th of this year, and I go back to that date a lot because it was definitely a hallmark in the history of this ecosystem. People were believing that this would go through, that this would actually happen. And on that day, the SEC not only approved 1, but approved 2 token offerings to be public offerings. Like I said, one block stack and the other proximal. One is a similar to a venture fund, and the other one is a consumer token. Props is a consumer token block stack. So, yes.
Regarding the first opportunity you mentioned, the fee, the option fee. Why you want to create like an offering, a token offering in a Latin American country? Do you need to base that company in Latin America and then move to the US and going through that process? And what is the idea of that?
Great question. So here we get to the burn. What is the problem, right? And I go around the world, and this is what people always ask me when I'm not talking in the States. Why the hell do we care about the SEC? We're not Americans, right? And I'll tell you what, Americans are not the most welcome people around the world. You know, like I have an American passport, and I have a Brazilian passport. When I say I'm Brazilian, people smile. When I say I'm American, not very common to get a smile. But what is the problem? This is the security, right? Which, if you're going to take it full blast, most of you here are in some fashion tied to an institutional player, right? Like people here are in suits, not dressed as unicorns, We're not wearing Burning Man costumes. So I assume most of you here work at some kind of institutional grade financial firm, right? Which then you're talking to your boss. And your boss has a very clear understanding of this slide here. The United States represents about 40% of the global's equities market. And also 40%, 39 and 42 of the bonds market, right? And the crypto market is a drop in the ocean compared to the 70 trillion global equities market and the 92 trillion bonds market. So as an asset class, crypto is still very small for institutional players. But institutional players want to play in the big leagues. And the big league is the US league, which holds 40% of the market. So if one guy has 40% market share and you're an institutional player, guess what 40% of your strategy is tied to? 40% of your strategy is tied to whatever the SEC tells you that is legal or not. Right? Unless you really just want to play in your own little market, which most institutional guys don't want to do, because there's a lot of opportunity to play in the other markets. So the lack of liquidity, which happens in the crypto market, the unclear regulation, and the difference of issuing protocols still is a burning problem for institutional adoption of this. And you tie those technical problems with the fact that the SEC holds the keys to 40% of the market, then you're like, okay, I'm a bank, I'm a mutual fund, I'm a private equity fund, I'm an institutional guy. Why should I play around with crypto if it's so complex and, I'm not going to be able, I'm going to eventually hit the US in one way or another. To answer your question, which was a really good question, in the imperialistic way that the United States looks over the world, the rule is the following. You have one US investor, you're bounded to SEC law. Right? So, how do you do this? How do you issue a security token? You can technically say, I'm going to issue a security token, and I'm going to not sell it to Americans. No Americans here, Americans not welcome. Right? You guys might be familiar with a blockchain protocol called EOS, which is a competitor to Ethereum. They tried to do that. A few weeks ago, they were fined by the SEC for $25 million. Why? Because people were buying their coins through VPNs. US investors were just using a VPN. If you're familiar with what a VPN is, you know what it is. If you're not, it's just a gateway that hides your IP. Right? So it's kind of like it masks where you are sitting in the world. You might be sitting in the US, and then it points out and says you're sitting in Singapore to the computer on the other side of the screen. And if you buy a token, bingo, you're now under US law. And if you ever want to take your kids to Disney, you might really consider that, US law is a good thing to comply. Yes?
Why did US protocol already had a whole agreement where you click on a button and say, yes, I'm not right?
It doesn't matter. Because remember what I said previously? According to SEC law, you, the issuer of a security, you are responsible for making sure you are complying with all the laws. So you, the issuer, if you're selling an unregulated security to an American investor, you are on the hook by default. Oh, see? So that's where the big problem is. It's kind of like, well, we're institutional guys. Why are we going to mess up with this thing that poses a lot of problems? If exclude all Americans. It's better if I just build it under a regulated way. And that's what we saw as an opportunity, that a lot of institutional players saw this as like, okay, if we can build it according to US law, this could be a really important financial play and a really advent of innovation in the financial world. So you might think, Alex is an academic, he sits in LA and there's a lot of money in the Silicon Valley, these guys play with money, they throw money against the wind, hopefully it sticks. But it's actually not, right? We're seeing NASDAQ talk a lot about security tokens. We're seeing Israeli funds do crypto investments for institutions. We're seeing the Chicago Mercantile Exchange issue futures on Bitcoin. We're seeing assets like hotels in Aspen being tokenized. Some Regis, if I'm not mistaken, being tokenized and issued via security token. So this is a reality. Actually, we're seeing even greater innovation, because if you guys have been following, the New York Stock Exchange just released a custody solution for crypto called VAKT, V-A-K-K-T. And the interesting part of that is, just because we're having this kind of discussion, is that different than the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, the New York Stock Exchange futures market is bounded by physical delivery. And if you're familiar with options and physical delivery, it means that if you don't put your liquidity date there, you might just receive a cow or a bag of beans or some, kilos of meat as a commodity. So we're seeing a lot more institutional adoption, and potentially we're going to see a greater adoption of Bitcoin, given that now New York Stock Exchange is going to have to hold Bitcoin to make sure that they can do physical delivery of that futures contract. You might think, yeah, but show me some real facts, right? Show me some concrete data points that institutional players are now in this, that they are believing that this is the future. So, 2 Virginia pension funds are throwing $40 million in crypto. JP Morgan Chase, which I'm sure you guys saw Jamie Dimon talk about how his feelings about Bitcoin, while 18 months later he released his own blockchain and his own settlement interbank coin. Cambridge Associates is already advising clients on buying crypto. The famous Swiss bank, Julius Baer, is now accepting crypto business accounts. Right? Fidelity, which is probably one of the largest financial institutions in the world, has been working since 2014 on a custody solution. Remember when I was talking about custody solution? You're an institutional guy, you want to buy crypto, who's going to hold the keys to that? Your intern? No, the intern decides not to show up that day. How do you access those funds? So Fidelity has been working on a custody solution, and recently the Chicago Mercantile Exchange futures contract of Bitcoin has surpassed the volume of daily trades of Bitcoin, which tells you, institutional people, that there's more people betting on the future of Bitcoin than people betting on daily trades. Another point of adoption, right? So institutional is definitely here. And we've been talking to banks and institutional players for 2 years now. I kid you not, 80% of the banks in Wall Street have been already trading Bitcoin internally. What is their idea? This has adoption. This has potential to be a very strong asset class, especially with new investors like millennials. We want to understand this. We want to make sure that whenever this catches on fire, we're not late to the party. Some case studies that we've seen. So the largest investment bank in Latin America, BTG Pactual, issued the first security token backed by a bank last year, where they were using security tokens to invest in distressed real estate in Brazil. So how do you expose an international audience, we were talking about it, to distressed real estate assets in Brazil? What was their strategy? Talk a little bit briefly about it, because they are a collaborator of ours and we've been helping each other for a while. They did two things. One, they issued a security token which only trades within their walled garden and within their pool of investors. So that allows me, as an issuer of a security, to control every single holder of that security token. The other thing they did is that they placed a very detailed and stringent KYC and AML protocol, where you have to really fill out all your personal information if you're going to buy that token. And like you must assume, they decided that they were not going to sell to any Americans. So if you think about it, the difference between one of these successful cases of security tokens in our days versus a traditional ICO is that security tokens as of today are being traded in walled gardens. Right? I know I'm a holder of that security. I know you are a holder of that security. I know I can sell it to you and you can sell it to me. But I cannot sell it outside this environment. That's one of the cases that they're doing. But we're seeing other cases, like the Japanese bank, Mizuho, is considering using blockchain for the technology. Polymath, which is a case study in the book, created this really interesting protocol for security tokens to be traded around the world. So let's say there are, just make it simple, there are 10 requirements for you to buy a security as a US investor, and there's 3 of those 10 requirements for you to buy a security as a Panamanian investor. The security token that Polymath developed will match the requirements in the US with the requirements in Panama, make the clearing, and allow those 2 trades to happen. So a lot of development on the technology side has been happening so that we can create these tokens that behave like really smart contracts. So that when I'm selling a security token to someone in Germany, that security token, that investment contract, understands that the buyer is a German buyer, and what are the requirements for someone in Germany to buy a security. And then it adapts to those requirements. Right? It's really collaborative technology. As we come here to an end, or and I'll open it to questions. What do I think the future is? We're close to the end of 2019, but I still think that this is going to roll into 2020, which is regulation. Right? Now that the U.S. came to the resolution of saying, okay, we understand security tokens. Here is a public offering. Let's see how it goes. We're going to see a lot of other countries following suit. A great example is the country that I'm a citizen of, Brazil. The securities regulator in Brazil uses the American test to decide what is a security and what's not a security. And a lot of other countries also use that test, which is the Howey test. So I don't think we covered this in this presentation. I had it in more detail here, but I've been talking a lot, so we're almost running out of time. But the US sees everything as a security through something called the Howey test. And if you're familiar with the Howey test, it has a few points, but mainly 3 key points. One is, am I getting money from investors? And investors are giving me money with the expectations of profit. If you take money from someone, that someone is giving you money because they expect to make a profit on it, bingo, it's a security. Second, if the money is going into a single enterprise, again, that makes it a security. And third, and very importantly, if the money that is being held is being operated and managed through the effort of others, that makes it a security again. So if you put those 3 things together, you're going to see that any potential ideas that you guys come out here in this room to make up an investment or a security token offering is going to be considered a security. And a lot of regulators around the world look at the SEC, given the reasons I said, on how to regulate those digital securities.
To understand more, what would be an example of a
non-security token?
If you can repeat the question.
Yeah, I'll give you an example of a non-security token. A non-security token has no financial value. No. CryptoKitties. So here's the problem with CryptoKitties. You could claim it that on the core of CryptoKitties, for those of you not familiar with CryptoKitties, it was one of the most popular projects on the ICO boom. And in my opinion, it was a clever project, but something that just got really viral, right? Imagine baseball cards. It was just like a baseball card of a cat. And then you would buy the baseball card and you would get a unique baseball card of a cat. And it's a drawing of a cat. And so your cat is pink, my cat is blue, this cat is black. And then it became so viral that people were trading these cards of cats, just like people trade baseball cards. And because of the variety of it, it gained value. So the moment that it gained value, it became a security. Okay? But if you were asking what is not a security, a non-security would just be something that gives me access to. Right? So if you build a pool, a summer pool, there's hot here in Panama, and you sell me the access to come and jump on the pool on a daily basis, then there's no, I'm not expecting to make money out of that. Security tokens, as we see into the future, are probably going to become a new wave of IPOs. Today, they're considerably the same cost, but I think that that's going to be much lower in the end of 2020. And then atomic swaps. A common standard between those tokens so that I could build it in my financial product in one token, and that token could be traded against another token, a very similar standard. What we're seeing is the famous ERC 1404, which is a restricted token standard, which only allows people that have been whitelisted or been approved to trade those tokens. As we move on, I'm just going to touch lightly on different regulatory environments, but so that you guys see how different it is around the world, right? So let's say the US was not 40% of the bonds and equity market. Everything the US, aside from Bitcoin and Ether, that's a different discussion, is considered a security. In Canada, there's really no difference. Everything is a token generating event, or a TGE. In Bermuda, it's a lot more advanced. They're accepting crypto. They're now accepting USDC, which is the Coinbase coin as a regulated currency in Bermuda. In Brazil, like I said, CVM, which is the comparable to the SEC, uses the SEC guidelines to regulate this market. In the European Union, although the European Supervisory Authority has an overruling hand, you're letting each country have their own take on security tokens. Liechtenstein is very friendly. France, you could treat it as a security if you do the proper disclosures. Estonia has a very friendly KYC and AML legislation that applies to wallets. And then if your wallet is approved, you can potentially trade a security token. Gibraltar is also a country that is using the advent of security tokens to springboard their economy. They're doing a lot of IEOs, which is initial exchange offerings. So you either do a token already through an exchange as opposed to running your own domain, or you can do a exchange fundraising for that home exchange. Switzerland is also seeing a lot of advancements, especially in fintech. Malta, which is a country that many of you know as one that became popular for allowing internet gaming or online casino, has also opened a lot of regulatory space for security tokens. Australia has friendly environments, while China, very strict, very strict environment. Until earlier this last month, or later last month, when Xi Jinping said, yeah, we like blockchain. And then Bitcoin went to 7,000 to 10,000 in a matter of hours. Malaysia, Thailand, other countries like that, we're seeing a lot of security tokens also happening. Hong Kong, which is now under pressure from China, had friendly environments and has been issuing a lot of licenses for fintechs. So blockchain was a popular thing there. In Japan, if you have visited Japan recently, you know that you can buy groceries with Bitcoin. They accept Bitcoin at the supermarkets of Japan. Philippines has digital exchanges that are flourishing. Singapore, everything is a security token. The last time I was in Singapore, they have about 150 filings for security token exchanges in the making. South Korea, a little bit more restricted, which pushes you to show that in places like Thailand, they already issued a couple of security tokens. In Saudi Arabia and the Emirates, they're using security tokens to trade between the two countries. And in Mauritius, they're having a global regulated environment for custom. And we're seeing like places like St. Kitts, Bermuda, Bahamas, all coming to a more friendly or understanding of this environment. As we've come to the end of this presentation, I share with you Amara's law, which talks about a technology law that says that we tend to overestimate the effects of technology in the short run, which clearly happened with ICOs. People were like, wow, this is going to change the world. But then we underestimate them in the long run, which is what I'm posing as a proposition here for you guys as the value of a security token. This is probably going to change the way banks and the financial sector operates in the long run. Here is a promo code for you guys to download the book. You can go on the website, the SBO Financial Revolution.com. You can take a picture, go me in the picture. Yeah, it's later in the day, trying to get you guys going. And then use the code SBO-Block Panama, all caps, and you can get it for free. And then every time, which is the interesting part, this changes so fast that we're updating and releasing new versions of the book on almost a quarterly basis. So if you download the book, you will be in the mailing list. Every time the book gets updated, you will receive a new copy. With 5 minutes left, I'm going to give you a little piece of advice. Advice to you that if you're going to do this, focus on your reporting obligations and implementing strict protocols so that you know who are the holders of your security token. And make sure to hire not only compliance, but also good international lawyers to protect you from any potential issue. Here's my information. Feel free to send me an email. This bit.ly short link is usually where we post most of our blockchain courses at UCLA. Twice a year, they go online and it's open to the public. So, you don't need to be a UCLA student to take them. My name is Alex Nascimento. We have about 5 minutes. If you guys have questions.
Yes, we're a little behind the schedule, but we're going to take a couple of questions. Okay. Just raise your hands. I'll get them.
Hi there. So you mentioned EOS when I was on this.
Yeah.
You mentioned a fine of $27 million. 25 million. However, you also know, I'm sure, they raised $4 billion with B dollars.
Yep.
When they did their token sale, there was no existing network. And they did not deliver tokens for the entire year. And they did no KYC. And so it would seem that a $25 million fine out of $4 billion is a slap on the wrist. How do you square that with everything you said there? What do you make of that?
So there's two I was actually chatting with some of the blockchain guys earlier today and talking about this. David Moss was the guy who created EOS. There were two people on the development team that were really the leaders. Lerman and David Moss. David Moss is a dear friend of ours who lives in LA. And I asked him this, right? I'm like, same kind of question you asked. And he told me, well, the issue was that a lot of people were using VPNs to buy these tokens. But essentially, we try to do what was best at the time and what we could have done, which was we made it very clear all over the token sale that this was not for Americans, and we were a Cayman entity. We were not a US company. Nevertheless, they got slapped in the hand with $25 million. Now, to just juxtapose your question, they did something really interesting, which was cash flow management, that every time they sold a token, they converted it into fiat or real estate. Not many ICOs did that, right? People who were true believers woke up in February of 2018 and their $50 million was now $5 million, or their $1 million was now $100,000. Right? So, it's kind of like the risk you take and the decisions you take. But they were fine because some people in the US breached that wall and used VPNs to buy tokens, and they had US investors. Probably people from the SEC. It's not that hard to set up a VPN. I think we have time for one more question. I'm going to take one more.
Ok, bien, usted habló sobre las startups que quieren recoger fondos utilizando la tokenización.
And you talk about the startups, in Spanish.
Ok, ese es un punto. Pero si yo quisiera estar un punto arriba, siendo una institución que le brinda la facilidad a cualquier startup a generar esa organización, ya sea por activos o por productos finales, ¿qué me recomienda usted? ¿Por dónde debería comenzar yo?
Great question. So, where should you start if you're going to do an institutional token sale? So, I would go back to, can we have those slides up again? Or just show him where that. Okay, well, while we pull it up, you have to follow the ecosystem, right? So the first thing you need to do is to build a token. So you can go to like Securitize, Securrency, Swarm, Harbor, Polymath. With all disclosure, Polymath is one of our supporters and sponsors. I think they're a really good project. Here. So you have to kind of follow this. Right? So we first build a token, then you find someone who's going to do your custody and trust. Prime Trust, BitGo, those all good providers. You have to find a broker dealer who's going to distribute that. If you're going to completely ex-US people, which is not a bad idea, just make sure that your KYC protocol is very detailed. So that when you come up to a situation like this and you talk about your project, now you say, hey guys, come to my website, 123buymytoken.com. Whenever a person presses that button, buy my token, you have a very, very strong protocol of KYC and AML where you got that person's like passport, identity, and you make sure that they are not US. The other side of that is that you can build, like I was mentioning, the white label tokens, ERC 1404 or Polymath. You can build structures in that smart contract that only allow you to trade that token with another whitelisted or approved wallet. So let's say my wallet is Alex12345. Within the entire structure of the smart contract, I can only trade it with Professor here, wallet WXYZ16501. Right? And then the white labeling of that wallet will mostly keep you safe. With that, guys, I think I'm out of time. I'm happy to chat about it. We do this on a daily basis. I'm really excited about the topic. I wanted to thank David so much for having me here. It's a pleasure. Anytime you want me to come to your beautiful country, please just give me a call. Thank you.
Okay, how are we doing this far? How do you feel? How is your energy, Scotty? No, I don't really have much. Great information from Alex. I think you should contact him after this conference. Let's do something different. What about if everyone here stand up? Don't be shy. Go ahead. Yes, this guy knows me. Let's gonna get our energy back for the next conference right here. Let's gonna take a deep breath from the nose and then exhale from mouth. Okay? Let's do it. 1, 2, 3. Once again. One more. Okay. Where are our hands? Go ahead. Both arms in front. And open. Okay. Which should I do the next one? One more. I'm gonna crack my jacket. I'm sorry. I think we got it right. So we're gonna welcome them. Our next speaker, he's Robert Miglione. He's from Horizon. He's gonna talk to us about scaling blockchain into the real world. He's the co-founder and CEO at Horizon. Horizon Labs. Horizon Labs is a blockchain development company that makes blockchain technology accessible for businesses. We enable businesses to create distributed ledger solutions that are fast, secure, private, and scalable. So please welcome Robert. Go ahead.
Okay, yes, welcome. Thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be here. I was happy that David invited me to speak because I actually live about 10 minutes down the block. I'm a resident here in Panama. So really excited to see a blockchain conference in Panama, and happy to hear that there's actually interest in this technology and what we're doing on the kind of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency side of the industry. I'm Rob Bitcoini. I'm co-founder of this public blockchain protocol called Horizon. And I'm also the CEO of a software development company that builds on that technology called Horizon Labs. So what I'm going to talk about today is maybe a little bit of a controversial topic, believe it or not, because I don't believe that the early blockchain technologies, like the first version of blockchain technologies, actually scale very well for businesses. So what we're doing is actually trying to build the technology out exactly into that domain. So this is me. My background, comes from academia as well. So I actually taught a Bitcoin and blockchain course at the University of South Carolina in the U.S. and we studied Bitcoin and asset pricing before Bitcoin at the university for my PhD. Before that, I was a military scientist working in the intelligence side of the U.S. Air Force and Space Command. So really happy though to get into this industry. And this talk today is, I'm going to start off with a little bit of an academic primer about what's going on, because I argue that what we're seeing today is a significant change in the way business is being done. So I'm going to start by talking about open source, what I'm calling an open source revolution. Then I'll get into some Bitcoin and blockchain basics, some 101. I know this is a Bitcoin or blockchain conference, but sometimes it's good to take a step back and actually think a little bit about what or define what. There was $4.2 billion. This year, the numbers are significantly down. And as of the time that I came up with this chart, this was about mid-year, there was almost $350 million in this space through crowdfunding. Now, the channel rebranded a bit, so people don't really call themselves ICOs anymore. They start calling themselves STOs, security token offerings, initial exchange offerings. They just changed the name, rebranded, and still raise money. So the amount of money that was flowing in collapsed, but still, there were some phenomenal capital raising events. I put two of them here. A company called BitTorrent, that many of you probably use, raised $7.2 million in 15 minutes. And not to outdo themselves, but then another company called Fetch.ai raised $6 million in 22 seconds. So still, this is a valid funding channel, but you can tell that there's a ton of what we call information asymmetries, or frictions to this marketplace that have still yet to be worked out, but I have no doubt that they will. Now, what we can consider maybe smart money, and I put that in quotes, but the professional investors, like the venture capital funds, have been flooding into the space quite a bit. My company, Horizon Labs, raised about $4 million in capital from VCs, and they're actually investing quite heavily in the space to the tune of, I think it was almost $6 billion last year. We'll see where this year's numbers end up, but this is where professional investors are now doing serious due diligence into projects, not just throwing money everywhere, and funding companies that they actually know or have a sense of high quality because they put actual attention to figuring that out. Now, this sort of chart is just to show you that it's a massive ecosystem that's being built, because when a lot of people think about this technology, they think Bitcoin, and it goes way beyond Bitcoin, right? There's technology, there are startups, there are protocols, there's everything you can think of. Basically, every single industry that exists today will be challenged by this technology. Now, not every single industry will be completely disrupted by this technology. Yeah? I bet some percentage will be completely disrupted by the technology. The majority will see improvements and participation with this technology. And some industries won't be touched at all because this technology just doesn't work very well for those industries. But it is much broader of a concept than just Bitcoin. Even Facebook, everyone knows Facebook, right? Well, Facebook's getting into the fun. And I just put this up there. They're having some challenges as well with getting into the industry, but their idea was to create a cryptocurrency, and they brought some heavy-hitting players into their ecosystem to try to support this Libra currency. Now, they're getting pushed back by governments around the world, particularly from the US and the European Union. So we'll see what happens with it, but there were for sure some really big players that initially were jumping on board to proliferate this. So, 10 years ago, people looked at me weird when I was talking about Bitcoin and thought I was just a crazy person. But then when you have Facebook, a company that everyone, or most people, in the world just numerically participate in, coming into this industry, this is at least a signal. Nothing else is a signal that something interesting is going on here. Now, this is a weird-looking graphic, but this reinforces the concept that it goes beyond just. So I thought, and just take us as an example. So Zen is our cryptocurrency, our project. It's called Horizon. So at the very base layer, we have a blockchain that, on top of which resides a cryptocurrency called Zen. Then we have infrastructure on top of that. So we have 30,000 roughly servers around the world that run our software. Right? This is our network. We have the largest industry. We have a whole bunch of infrastructure. So we have some of our team here. We've got Rowan from EV who's going to talk to you tomorrow. But he's worked very diligently to build out a massive network of exchanges that offer Zen for trade, for buying and selling. So we have about 3,000 exchanges. We have points of sale companies, people that put our technology or put our cryptocurrency into payment systems, so that you can go and buy things with Zen. We have a whole ecosystem being built up around this. And then on top of this, we have a technology platform, and this is what Horizon Labs is all about. So we're building a technology platform so that businesses now can start building distributed applications or solve other business problems using this technology. So this is a whole, what I call ecosystem stack that goes well beyond just cryptocurrency. Okay, so here's where I get a little for those in the Bitcoin world. All right, so I argue that the legacy blockchain technologies, like the legacy blockchains, and by the way, I love Bitcoin, I love Ethereum, I love many of these technologies. I argue that they do not scale very well for specific business applications. There's a few reasons for this. So blockchains they were designed to be slow and redundant. Slow because you're broadcasting information to a global network, and you want to make sure that that network actually receives the information before you move on to the next operation. Right? So by definition, it is designed to be slow, and it's designed to be redundant. It's a peer-to-peer network, so every single peer in the network retains full copy of that ledger, right, of all information on the system. This is not designed to say high-frequency trading. I don't think it's ever going that way. It's not designed to process, for instance, in our case, where we have a client who processes 200 million digital invoices per month. It's really not designed for that. In total, the Bitcoin network, I believe, has processed something like 450 million transactions over the last 10 years. Could be wrong on that. Ethereum, roughly the same, but they're not really designed for the day-to-day grind of many businesses. Okay? So early systems were designed for specific functionality, like Bitcoin is really considered a payment system or a currency. But that doesn't mean that you have to try to force all economic value, all business operations onto that platform. Right? It's just not really designed for that. It doesn't make sense to have a one-size-fits-all architecture, right? One architecture for everything. Like we can actually do things much more efficiently. So the way that we design our architecture is we actually have a very simple kind of core layer, and then we have functional specific side chains, as we call them, that are designed for application-specific stuff. So for instance, if you're doing a tokenization platform, okay, you can design, say, a real estate tokenization platform, but there's no reason that needs to be on the same platform as, say, a digital invoicing system or a CryptoKitty gaming app. Right? So there are very good justifications for why you might want to compartmentalize your architecture, and the early systems don't do that. Businesses with high-value operations, like in our case, the digital invoicing company that we work with, there's no reason for them to compete in bandwidth or for protocol resources with, say, CryptoKitties or games that might have less economic value. But in early systems, it's one size fits all, so everyone's competing in the same framework. So I argue that we need to rethink the idea of these systems if we want to actually migrate a significant amount of economic value onto them. Okay, so here's the way that we tackle it: is we have something called a sidechain technology. And the sidechain technology, like I said before, is we have a very simple blockchain at the core. It is designed specifically to create a cryptocurrency, Zen. It's interoperable across the entire ecosystem because that's a unit of account. And then really just to maintain that sidechain system. So we have application-specific stuff like a digital invoicing sidechain. It just does that. We'll have a tokenization sidechain that just does that. We'll have sidechains that solve specific business problems and only do that, but still leverage the security of what we've come to realize is actually a very good security element for Bitcoin called proof of work. Right? It's a way that we do consensus and security. So what you can do by plugging into a system like this, and I have no doubt that others will take a kind of a comparable architectural path, is that you can leverage functional specific stuff on your sidechain and still have the kinds of scale and security of plugging into a public infrastructure. So the way that I look at this is, in the early days of networking, every business out there started hearing about this networking thing and thinking networking is really important. We know there's something very valuable and important going on here. Let's network our organization. Right? Let's create an internet across our company, and we'll create some efficiencies that way. And that's the level of maturity that we've seen in the blockchain industry up to today, is that you have businesses that are jumping in and creating private blockchains. And then they're going and renting, say, 10 nodes from IBM at $5,000 a month to run their private blockchain. I argue that doesn't make much sense, and you should actually be plugging your business into a public network, like what we do with Rising, because of economies of scale and for better security. So this is what our sidechain technology brings, and I argue this is one very good way to actually bring this technology to business applications. Now here's why I think Horizon is so exciting, completely unbiased. That's a joke, anyway, guys, because I'm very biased. But we run, just to give you some background about what we do, we have two organizations at the foundation of our ecosystem. We have a public nonprofit, that's Horizon, and the way we look at this is we're building a public utility, right? We're bequeathing a public utility to the world, and we hope that people join that, and there are kind of network effects that come with that. And then we're not so naive to think that we're just going to create this cool technology and all these businesses are going to come and start using it. We launched a for-profit company called Horizon Labs. We raised $4 million, and we're actually going to market and bringing companies into our ecosystem. The biggest one, like I mentioned before, was the digital invoicing company. A company that runs a third of Mexico's digital invoicing, so it's a really big deal. And it's a major application of this technology to solve a real business problem. And where blockchain makes sense to use is when you're working across organizations, across that firm boundary. You're working with companies that don't necessarily trust each other, with regulators that don't trust any of them, and so forth. So that's a problem that we're solving in the Mexican market. Something that I take away from the public utility side of the industry is that these things scale really well when your mission as an organization is a function of some social good. Right? So the way that we look at this is we first create a social good, a social utility or public utility. We give that to the world, and then we start trying to do business on top of that. So it's not about business and profits first. It's about solving some social problems. And what brought me to this industry was actually bringing the world together, tearing down, ignoring, or not ignoring, but working across geographic boundaries, working across jurisdictional boundaries, and actually just doing human beings as human beings. And so that was what really drew me to Bitcoin, and that's what we're trying to do with Horizon first, and then we're doing business applications after that. A little background about who we are and why I'm even here. So we're a top 10 ranked public blockchain by Fundamental Crypto Assets Score. It's a company that works with Moody's, so that they do standardized, actually unbiased evaluations of projects. There are thousands of them in the industry. We're ranked number 10 in terms of fundamental scores, number 5 for engineering. We've built the largest blockchain network, like I said, with 30,000 high-quality servers around the world. And our sidechain model allows us to actually scale into the business domain. One key element of the sidechains that I didn't mention is that we believe quite strongly that if businesses are actually going to start using blockchain to solve some of their problems, they're not going to post their proprietary information to a public ledger. So we're actually very well-versed in zero-knowledge cryptography so that we can actually retain data privacy for our clients or for people that plug into our network. So we're bridging that gap between public and private blockchain. We have a lot of partners. We work with half a dozen universities. We have tons of exchange partners, really big investment partners like the Currency Group, Grayscale, who creates some trust for us and help people get access to our markets. Now, interestingly, we also have a very big commitment to Latin America. And I'm not just saying this because I actually live here in Panama, and most of our leadership team actually lives here in Panama. So our biggest client is the Mexican digital invoicing company, and our leadership team resides here. Our plan, and we're just really getting started on, is to work with industry. We have some big names already that you guys are probably very familiar with. Work with academia and work with governments to help improve government processes and just really try to modernize bureaucracies. So we have a concentrated effort here. We're investing heavily to Latin America. I'm really a big fan, so also coming from academia, I'm a big fan of education. We have an educational platform that we're built called Horizon Academy. We offer it in 2 languages. One is in Spanish and one is in English. I should probably study the Spanish one myself so I can get better. And we're really big on community building in Latin America. So the conclusion here is I argue that things are changing. Now things, may not change so significantly across every industry, but we are proliferating this concept of open source and having communities instead of customers, or maybe blurring the line between customer and community and building up these open source systems. They leverage the wisdom of the crowd. Of course, we have to temper that with the fact that the crowd isn't always so wise, but we can build some constraints in there. Now, what really matters and what makes a difference for Bitcoin, for this entire ecosystem, is that it's an environment of permissionless innovation. So anyone in the world can participate. Anyone in the world can fire up their computer, download software from open source repositories, and start participating today. They could contribute to the code bases, they can run businesses that use the technology, they could use the currencies. There's any number of ways that people can contribute, and it's all permissionless. So you don't have to go ask permission to be part of these systems. Combine this with open source software, and this stuff's really going viral. There's a recipe to being successful in this industry, from my perspective. So invest rapidly in innovation and product improvements. This is really important for people that are considering launching businesses in the space, because you don't have the protection of intellectual property like you do in the old pre-Bitcoin world. You can't go to a government and say, give me a patent to protect my idea. It just doesn't happen. So you're going to put an idea out there to market, and others are going to copy it from day one. That's just the reality. So you have to be looking at the next version of it, the next innovation from there. And it's a game, or it's a race of innovation. And you probably won't always win out, but there will be a period that if you're committed completely to R&D, you're completely committed to innovation, you can stay at that technology frontier. Build your business around a mission. Think of your customers not as customers, but as a community, and think about the needs of the community and foster them. So I said we have 2 different organizations, and actually we're very clear about the distinction between the 2 organizations. One is very clearly a technology startup company, very clearly. The other is a community startup, and we're very adamant about keeping it a community startup. And yes, we use technology heavily to bring this community together from people all over the world. But number 1 is a community startup, and we'll never forget that. The moment we forget that is the moment that we fail as a project. Geography doesn't matter. So if you're thinking about entering the space, don't think about specific, localities as your customer base. Think about the world and think about, functional areas, solving problems for a particular type of people, and open up to the world. Don't stay local. And harness the power of the crowd without actually having to letting it drown you. So there's open source could be an ideology, but it's actually a very useful tool. And so if you open up your code base to the world and open up your governance to the world, and this is what we're trying to do, we're in the process of what we consider optimal decentralization. It could potentially go too far, in the sense that the crowd doesn't always know best, the crowd isn't always right, but if you open up to the idea of this and start looking in that direction, at least from my perspective, it has big returns on your investments there. So we're doing all of this at Horizon. I was really happy to come here today because we are literally just down the block, and we're thinking very clearly about how we solve some market frictions here in Panama and then in Latin America. So we're really happy to talk to anyone who's interested in this stuff. We have Rowan talking tomorrow on the panel. we're very accessible, and clearly we can go for a coffee and talk about the technology and the business. So thank you guys for your time, and I'm here for any questions.
I'm going to take 2 questions. I'm going to be trying to be the most people as possible. One from here, one from here, and one from here. So, go ahead.
Good afternoon. More or less, how do those sidechains work? They essentially are the blockchain in themselves. You can have any kind of data there, and you don't have to share with anybody else outside the sidechain. And how do people communicate and enter the funds from another sidechain into this chain?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So some technical points. It's a completely decentralized, decoupled consensus model. So you have something called a cross-chain transfer mechanism that's in the alpha version that we delivered a couple weeks ago. Is a certificate, kind of a randomized certificate group, or certifying group, is decentralized, that certifies whether or not transactions that occurred on the sidechain are valid and conform to the consensus of that sidechain. And consensus could be anything. So actually, the first sidechain that we're releasing the data, so the alpha version of what we have is technically today has a really simple consensus. It's really designed for blockchain developers to play around with and get to understand our sidechain technology. The consensus we're delivering with a beta model is actually going to be a modified version of Ouroboros-Krauss, which is a kind of academically validated proof-of-stake system that Cardano uses. And all the transactions that happen there will actually be adjudicated back to the site, to the main chain, but in a way that uses zero knowledge, so that the main chain doesn't have to actually know any of those transactions. So this is the key thing: is to have a decentralized sidechain system like we do. The main chain has to not be aware of the specific logic that happens on the sidechain. So the sidechains are going to have their own logic, and it's completely configurable, but we don't want the main chain, we don't want to code in the main chain all of the new logic for any new sidechain. So if I have a real estate sidechain, I don't want to go to the core development team of Horizon, code in our main blockchain the logic for that. So what we have is a very simple cross-chain transfer protocol, and as long as you conform to that, then you can run any type of consensus or any type of blockchain as a sidechain to Horizon. And actually, the really interesting stuff from an intellectual perspective is you don't even need to run a as a sidechain. This could actually be a data integrity mechanism. You can have some black box computation, and the results of that computation can just boil down to a Boolean output of true or false, and the main chain will adjudicate whether or not the rules that we've set, still with zero knowledge, because we're putting this all into a zero knowledge proving circuit, have been that. So, anyway, if you want to talk about specifics there, we can go offline. I don't know if everyone wants that. But we have a really nice white paper that we just released for Horizon in general, and then another white paper for the sidechain system. And we have another more academic, rigorous white paper that we're targeting to release the first week in December. It talks about our recursive smart zero knowledge proving system. Great question.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you so much, bro. Thank you. Outlook for blockchain in 2020. Attorney Anessa Santos specializes in providing legal representation to technologies worldwide on matters of blockchain and corporate transactions, intellectual property, and securities. Welcome to Legal Ellen. She is a frequent guest lecturer at the conferences and seminars on American
speaker is because I know a lot of, and I definitely and explain. How on earth am I going to approach this, right? I thought, all right, let's take a look at the countries of the world. Let's see what's going on by a country approach. And then I thought, wait a minute, I'm not really entirely certain how I'm going to count the countries. Whose rules am I going to use to determine what constitutes an independent recognized nation? And even if I did that, there's so many of them, and everybody is getting involved in blockchain. Well, we don't have time to do this. So for example, just to kind of give you an idea of what's happening, I've got some buddies over at Canaccord Genuity, which is the Global Wealth Management Forum, and they send me regular updates. So last night, I'm checking my emails before I go to bed, and I get this update from Canaccord Genuity, and it's basically the macro update on blockchain and crypto. I'm just going to read you some of the headlines that came in. China signs agreement with Hong Kong Central Bank for blockchain push. Okay, not too surprising. China is a huge voice in the space. The next one says, Coca-Cola supply chain firm expands blockchain effort to 70 partners. UN claims Hong Kong blockchain firm is North Korean laundering sham. Volvo cars to trace battery cobalt using blockchain technology. Azerbaijan to adopt blockchain-based ID system in 2020. That one really caught my attention. I'm really into blockchain for ID. We're going to talk about that a little bit. Turkey to finish testing blockchain-based digital currency by end of 2020. And Fujitsu partners Swiss startup for blockchain rice trading. And this is my dilemma. How to focus. So I thought, well, maybe I can come at this by industry. I even knew where to start, right? Because you heard about all those committees I sit on with the Florida Bar Association. Well, the state of Florida has finally decided to pay attention to what's going on in the blockchain world, and they reached out and said, hey, can you summarize a list of active blockchain use cases among industries? And I said, I can. I just got this great thing in my Oxford FinTech class, and so I went through all 55 of them, and I updated this list. If any of you want the updated list with active hyperlinks, that would be great. I'd be happy to share that with you. Come find me after, except this would only leave me 32 seconds to discuss this by industry. So I had to kill that idea too. And so here is where I landed. I decided, right, that we could take a more functional approach to identifying those regulations that are either encouraging or discouraging industry adoption efforts. I have condensed it into a four-themed system to analyzing what I think is going to happen with the blockchain regulatory landscape in 2020 and beyond. So first, we're going to talk about blockchain adoption in financial technology. While big banks were the very first to decry blockchain because the use of digital currencies challenged the traditional banking revenue model, banks are actually now driving blockchain adoption around the world. Second, we're going to explore the concept of government-ordained identity and how blockchain is shaping the definition of who you are and what you can accomplish over the course of your lifetime. I've chosen to explore this theme secondary to fintech because access to banking and financial services is a big part of this analysis. Third, smart contracts is much more broad because it addresses how self-executing contracts stored on a blockchain introduce radical changes to supply line management and the management of transactions that, as you saw earlier, impacts every global industry, large and small. And fourth, we're going to examine the regulatory changes in big data management and its wealthier cousin, data analytics. Because after all, at its heart, blockchain is a network-based data management system providing the best in data privacy and security tools that are available in commercial markets today. So the impact of blockchain on financial technology can best be examined within 5 principal financial activities. Number 1, payment rails. 2 is accessing value that has been locked away in hard assets through the process of tokenization on a blockchain. 3rd is savings and investments, or getting a line of credit. And 5, crowdsourcing everything imaginable from funding and lending to the more abstract, like information. But payment rails, or how to move money around between businesses, people, and accounts, is the principal driver of fintech development, and it has received the most backlash from the world's regulators. And for this reason, we're going to spend more of our time on this particular element of the financial activities. Western Union is the world's largest provider of cross-border payments, generating $4 billion in revenues from remittances alone each year. But there is some argument over how much money big banks are generating from this activity. JP Morgan Chase is the world's 2nd largest bank outside of China, and it reports only 0.5% of its consumer bank revenue comes from money transfers. Yet a recent internal memo that was leaked out of Santander demonstrates their money transfer revenue at 10% of their overall profits, and they charge 6 times more than their rival, TransferWise. But those numbers have since been challenged. Nevertheless, the traditional banking model is built on cross-subsidization. And new entrants have the ability to attack profitable banking divisions by unbundling their services. Nowhere else has this challenge been more explored than in the United Kingdom. In the last 5 years, fintech startups like Monzo, Starling, and Atom Bank have completely revolutionized the United Kingdom's banking sectors. These online-only digital banks have increased pressure on existing industry giants, while demand for innovative financial products among millennials has grown. Recognizing the importance of supporting innovation for financial services and the challenges with the time and cost involved to obtain a banking license, the United Kingdom's Financial Conduct Authority developed a solution, and they called it a fintech regulatory sandbox. A fintech sandbox is a framework that's created by financial regulators to allow smaller scale live testing of new financial products using real customers, but without requiring a full regulatory license. This FCA sandbox model of financial innovation has proven so successful that 90% of participating companies go on to market. So consequently, other nations implementing their own sandboxes around the world include Australia, Canada, the Netherlands, Hong Kong, Singapore, and South Korea. Noticeably, the United States is absent from that list. Latin America and the Caribbean also are part of the fintech transformation. They have more than 700 platforms introduced throughout the region, with most located in Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, Argentina, and Chile. Through regional technical cooperation, the governments of several Latin American nations are currently developing policy framework for alternative finance and regulatory sandboxes. In addition to payment solutions, fintech companies throughout LATAM are also responding to gaps and asymmetries that continue to affect the allocation of credit, mainly to micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. As a result, the alternative finance market in LATAM has saw triple growth in 2016 as compared to 2015. And while this is great news, the best is yet to come. A new company called Aurochs has laid the groundwork to initiate a globally compliant digital securities exchange headquartered in Suriname. The company also endeavors to create new financial instruments, a modern government bond market, and an online marketplace modeled after China's Alibaba, together with an integrated mobile payment solution similar to Alipay. According to Chief Executive Maya Parvo, the goal is to position LATAM as the world leader in fully compliant digital securities and fintech solutions by selecting, integrating, and further developing the best practices from around the world. And finally, within the past year, the United Kingdom's Financial Conduct Authority has partnered together with 46 other financial authorities from countries around the world, central banks, and international organizations. Finally, including, as of last week, the 4 primary U.S. regulatory bodies, and together they have formed the Global Financial Innovation Network to create a cross-border sandbox that will facilitate cooperation between financial service regulators on matters of innovation. Documentation that establishes one's legal identity is the gateway to modern life. Without legal proof of your identity, you can't vote, you can't drive, you can't open a bank account, and you absolutely cannot access government services. Good luck getting into the bar. According to the World Bank, more than 1 billion people have no way to prove their identity, and among them are some 25 million refugees. And while refugees protected by the 1951 UN Refugee Convention are issued identity and travel documents by their host nations, these travel documents are printed on a piece of paper much like this, and they are often forgotten, lost, destroyed, and in many cases, they're stolen. The value of storing identities on the blockchain extends both to the recipients and to their respective governments. Blockchain registered identities that are tied to biometrics create an indestructible record traceable only to you. By using banking applications built on the blockchain, a person's financial transactions recorded on that chain build a credit history over time, serving as a form of identity for later use, essentially creating the trust that that person needs in order to interact with the world without having to depend on a centralized authority to vouch for them. Within this structure, governments and organizations that provide funds and services can better track spending, detect fraud and unauthorized use, and avoid paying transaction fees. Further, expenditures can be directly audited, thereby reducing funds lost to corruption, and it can also streamline government services that are typically plagued by gaps or overlaps in the services that they provide. In 2016, the United Nations World Food Program launched the Building Blocks blockchain in the country of Jordan. An Ethereum-based private blockchain, this program has successfully registered over 100,000 Syrian refugees using biometric authentication that enables users to make cash transfers for food and other purchases using retina scans, saving the World Food Program up to $150,000 each month in bank transaction fees alone. This program is now under expansion to cover all refugees with a digital ID wallet fully accessible via smartphone that is specifically designed to improve refugee transactional mobility. While placing a digital ID in a government-operated private blockchain does question the integrity of this project's decentralization and its applicability beyond financial savings, it does prove the feasibility of the concept. And now, this project has been successfully repeated in multiple refugee camps around the world. While there are a number of identity-based blockchains in development, one notable such project is the ID 2020 Alliance. This is a collaboration of public and private sector giants, including Accenture, Microsoft, Hyperledger, the Rockefeller Foundation, UN agencies, and other leading nonprofits. This alliance is committing to addressing the UN Sustainable Development Goals to provide a digital identity to more than 1 billion people who have none. But this can be a dangerous proposition for a government to have that kind of control over a person's identity. As aptly pointed out by my professor, David Schreier, in a conversation I had with him during my Oxford FinTech lab, genocide is about identity. For this reason, identity solutions must be designed so that the individual retains total control over who gets access to what information. For example, in a conference that I spoke at about 3 weeks ago in Orlando, I talked to a gentleman whose daughter was actually stalked by a bartender. You may have seen this example that a previous speaker put up, and I was shocked because this is like literally the conversation that I just had with this gentleman. She wanted to order a glass of wine, so she had to flash her ID to show that she was over 21. The bartender saw her address on her ID, and he stalked her all the way home, and she had to call the police. If identity was self-sovereign, controlled by you, it can preserve the sanctity of your privacy while still enabling you to access the world. And while smaller projects like the World Food Program has successfully proven that the concept works on a functional level, larger initiatives are currently underway with the World Wide Web Consortium and the Sovereign Alliance to develop standardized protocols for decentralized identifiers for the creation of systems of verifiable decentralized digital ID to be deployed by nations. So we've talked a little bit about smart contracts earlier today. We've talked a lot about how Bitcoin and blockchain were one and the same first generation blockchain, where blockchain was the application, that being Bitcoin. But then 5 years later, which is about 5 years past from now, we had the advent of Ethereum, when blockchain made this phenomenal leap. You see, Ethereum Ethereum's programming language called Solidity was developed so that common, legally enforceable contracts, like the kinds I write for my clients, could be translated into programming code and then written up to a blockchain for self-execution and self-enforcement. In fact, many of us regularly use smart contracts already. For example, if you have any of your recurring bills set to auto-pay on a certain date of the month, like your electric bill or maybe your rent or your phone bill, that is a kind of smart contract. You identify the parties, you set the terms of payment, and then you walk away, fully trusting that the system will deduct the amount owed from your account on a date certain. It's one and done. Since Ethereum's launch 5 years ago, there has been a great deal of exploration on how this concept can be applied with a much broader stroke to all industries imaginable, like what we saw on the earlier slide on the 55 industries that CD Insights reported on. But what most industries have in common is that they generate siloed information. And this makes it really difficult to automate or even streamline interaction with other industry participants. For example, in the food industry, farmers, producers, and transporters all use different systems for record keeping, with some operating on paper, others in locally managed IT infrastructure, and still others are operating in the cloud. But no one system is really talking to anybody else's system, and then the same problem is being repeated throughout the global trade industry, in government agencies, and in insurance and healthcare networks, and in real estate. As reported by the joint efforts of IBM and the global shipping giant Maersk, a recent test of shipping flowers from Kenya to Rotterdam resulted in a stack of nearly 200 communications, a problem that blockchain is especially equipped to resolve. However, as each of these industries implicates a growing global reach, they require an increasingly global solution. Consequently, while private companies are producing blockchain-based solutions to address smaller, regional problems, larger global consortiums are organizing with greater participation from stakeholders around the world to develop these international standards and protocols per industry for then recommendation of the adoptions by individual nations. And this brings me back to the principal question. What can we expect from our regulators in the coming years about the broader issue of smart contracts? Well, businesses and governments all over the earth are working to integrate blockchains to track records and manage supply lines. For example, Dubai aims to be the very first government to be entirely managed on a blockchain. Estonia has built a digital society offering e-citizenship on a blockchain. In Latin America, the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation in Agriculture maintains 34 offices dedicated to helping farmers implement blockchain and other technologies to support sustainable farming. And in the United States, individual states are actively working to implement blockchains for corporate record keeping, taxation, and property records management. The U.S. federal government, however, continues to make it extremely challenging to tokenize assets by attaching securities treatment by default to nearly every effort to build a utility into an existing asset through tokenization on a blockchain. Nevertheless, certain states like Wyoming have recently passed comprehensive legislation providing clear rules on how to manage digital securities offerings, and other states are following suit. However, integrating smart contracts into existing or prospective business processes does introduce new problems. For instance, what happens happens when the data entered for a smart contract is entered wrong. And then the contract is uploaded for auto execution on a blockchain. How do you change the terms when the data is immutable, right? Because immutability is a fundamental property of a blockchain. Or how do you stop a smart contract from executing once it's been put in motion without killing the whole blockchain? These are questions that legal authorities and regulators are just now starting to ask. But we don't understand enough about blockchain yet, or all that blockchain can do, its strengths and its weaknesses as yet unexploited. It's tough to come up with reliable answers just now. But as recently pointed out in a poignant article from the Harvard Business Review, the era of move fast and break things is over. Minimum viable products must be replaced by minimum virtuous products that assess the overall social impact of their intentions and that they build in protections against potential harms. If you recall, big data is the last of our 4 blockchain themes for today, and it's actually my favorite. I love talking about big data and related analytics tools. Blockchain, at its heart, is nothing more than a super cool data management system. It's like a wild update on MySQL, and it's what we can do with all that data that's so exciting. On the internet, nobody knows you're a dog is from a famous cartoon that is turned into a much bigger statement about personal anonymity and data integrity on the internet. We now have these digital identities that are literal extensions of our physical selves, and yet they are inextricably interlinked. In the last 3 years, more than 1 billion personal records were released in the data hacks of Marriott, Equifax, and Adult Friend Finder alone. And I'm only talking about the 3 big ones. So essentially, if you're alive, your identity has been hacked, and it's been sold on the dark web. So how can banks, employers, health insurers, or anyone for that matter, be sure you are who you say you are? As explained in a blueprint for digital identity by the World Economic Forum, in an increasingly borderless and digital world, identity is the frontier of privacy and security, where the very nature of entities is what allows them to complete some transactions and then be denied from completing others. And it is this philosophy that is driving governments, academics, organizations, and multinational corporations to define international standards and protocols for determining verifiable identity and associated transactions on a blockchain network. New York Times best-selling author and big data analyst Cathy O'Neil, of whom I'm a giant fan, she teaches that a lot can go wrong when people put blind faith in big data. Algorithms sort winners and they sort losers, where the winners get the job interview, the winners get the credit card offer, and the winners get the better insurance rate. Algorithms are opinions embedded in code, and they may not be objective, they might not be true, and they might not even be scientific. To build an algorithm, you need data from the past, and you need a definition of success. Consequently, algorithms repeat our past patterns, and they automate the status quo, which is great if we have a perfect world, but we don't. So, the solution then is that we have got to interrogate our algorithms and their data for fairness. But most algorithms are hidden by trade secret protections that are enforced by corporate and political interests. The Chinese social credit system is the best example of how algorithms deployed on big data can build digital dictatorships, creating micro-level social controls on the daily lives of its 1.4 billion citizens. Over 200 million closed caption cameras have been installed around China to capture, identify, and score the behavior of all Chinese. If you behave, your score goes up, and the government rewards you with job promotions, discounted travel tickets, and other perks. And as you might expect, if you misbehave, your score goes down, and the government finds interesting ways to lock you out of society. China is now selling this technology around the world, including to Venezuela. Meanwhile, you might be surprised to learn that in the United States, a different sort of digital dictatorship is also emerging, where corporate interests controlling social media and other news platforms censor speech that an algorithm independently determines violates community guidelines, a behavior which has resulted in the near total silence of conservative voices. What you can expect regulators to do in the coming years is to deploy these black box algorithms and related technologies to expand social controls. And this behavior will continue to proliferate without counteractive measures. And finally, let's talk about what quantum computing means for the future of blockchain. You may have recently heard that Google has achieved quantum supremacy. If true, does this mean that quantum computing is a threat to the cryptographic security employed by blockchains? Globally recognized cryptography and blockchain expert Andreas Antonopoulos explains that whether Bitcoin can safeguard against quantum computing depends on how powerful the computer is and how many qubits it has. The number of qubits that you need to break most blockchain wallets is far greater than even the wildest speculation about what the world's military intelligence agencies are developing today, or even what might be developed into the future. As quantum computing advances, Bitcoin will need to change its algorithms. Because some wallets have lost keys and can't change the signing algorithm, they will be captured by quantum computing. But because the rest of us can change our algorithms together can change our wallets together with the algorithms, quantum computing isn't as big a threat as we might think that it is. So reviewing a few of our takeaways, while not a panacea, blockchain does solve a lot of really big problems for a lot of people around the world, especially the world's bottom billion. And it is growing in influence and integration every day. Blockchain is also redefining value, restoring ancient systems of trade where people can exchange items of value directly with one another, diluting the power of central banks and the governments that support them. While we can all agree that everyone should have an identity that grants them equal access to banking and financial services that form the foundations of economic opportunity, we, the authors and the primary beneficiaries of blockchain, must be careful to insist that such an identity is protected from overreaching governments by demanding that our identities be self-sovereign. With the gradual adoption of smart contracts, all industries will experience radical change, the benefits of which include fraud-resistant transactions that are secure and auditable. Big data and what we do with it is the central theme of this fourth industrial revolution. But without data integrity, our analytics will be flawed. Black box algorithms, so called because trade secret rights are used to protect their confidentiality, often produce biased results. When we use them as the building blocks for artificial intelligence-driven decision-making, these weapons of math destruction have the power to destroy lives. Therefore, we must demand that our mathematical overlords be subject to third-party auditing in the public domain. And we must further require that the privacy and security of our digital selves be protected against unregulated quantum cryptography promulgated by autocratic, unelected multinational corporations. And finally, the growing state of government-operated microsurveillance deployed in nations around the world should cause all of us great concern. After all, why must they watch us so closely, if not to control us? But the power of a government is derived not so much from the votes granted by its constituents, but by its purse. If democratic elections and government spending were recorded on a decentralized blockchain subject to public inspection, then the citizenry would finally have a real opportunity to monitor the behavior of the elected officials and to demand honorable representation under the threat of impeachment. In conclusion, at its highest and best use, blockchain can balance the power between a government and its citizens. This is my contact information and how best to reach me. I specialize in helping companies around the world gain access to the U.S. private capital markets by providing comprehensive legal and business consulting services for the entire life cycle of an organization from idea to exit. So I encourage you to come find me after. If there's not enough time to answer questions now, I'll be available to chat with all of you. And especially, again, I am a U.S. attorney. I also do specialize in security. So if you want to know how to access the U.S. investor market and sort of navigate the labyrinth of regulations of the Securities and Exchange Commission, I'll be happy to chat with you about that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? Oh, okay, Mukiwa. Thank you so much, Vanessa. Okay, we're almost there. We'll have one more speaker. Here with us is Mark Jeffrey from Guardian Shield. He's going to talk about using blockchain for emergency response. Mark Jeffrey is an award-winning serial entrepreneur and author with HarperCollins. Most recently, Mark co-founded Guardian Circle and the GUARD Token Community Emergency Response Network. Newsweek Blockchain Impact Nobel nominee 2019. One of the Fast Company world-changing ideas on 2018. Partner of X-Rise Foundation, featured in Trust Machine 2018, The Rise of Blockchain 2019, and he's also an early pioneer of blockchain technology, having published Bitcoin Explained Simply in 2013 and The Case of Bitcoin in 2015. Please welcome Mr. Mark Jeffrey.
Let's be in English this one. Spanish. I don't understand my own slides. I know that I'm the person standing between you, food, and coffee, so I would never do it. I don't go to the front. My name is Mark Jeffrey. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Guardian Circle. And it is a community emergency response network. My thesis here is that with the advent of blockchain, certain government functions can become decentralized reboots of what they normally do. So there are some centralized systems that government normally does, like 911, like the court system. They become clogged, right, because they are centralized. However, decentralized systems. I'm sorry.
Oh, we're working on it. We're gonna get it for you.
Okay.
Oh. Let's give a minute.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to do it up there. What are they going to say here? Governments. Yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, so my point here is that all centralized systems eventually will collapse. And the reason why is because the periphery cannot learn fast enough the center cannot learn fast enough as the periphery expands. So you have basically, if you, in the olden days, my olden days, I mean in the 90s, when we served up movies and media from centralized servers, if everybody wanted a copy of Star Wars and everybody came there at once, the centralized servers would die, they would break down and fall apart. However, we noticed that decentralized solutions, like Napster, the exact inverse occurred. So as more people came and wanted to download Star Wars, we had a situation where you had greater serving capacity. The more people downloaded Star Wars, the more servers with Star Wars on it there were, that the entire network could draw from. So it was the exact inverse. The system got stronger as demand increased. So we like to say that, so we think we should apply this principle to government. And we like to say that in the future, everybody will be a government employee for 15 minutes, right? Yes, so government, I don't want to rip on government too much here, but government has no incentive to innovate, right? Government doesn't compete with anything else. So unlike all us tech companies that have to compete with other tech companies, governments, they tend to build something and then not upgrade it. And as a result, in the United States, 911, which is our emergency response phone number, has not been upgraded since 1968, which is just insane. And the reason behind this is that originally the federal government properly funded 911 in 1968 when it was first invented, but dramatically underestimated the growth curve of mobile devices as the 80s and the 90s progressed. They got to the point where, it became a runaway train, and the federal government just said, you know what, states, this is on you. You fund the difference, you make these things mobile compatible. And the states kind of looked at it and said, nobody's complaining about this. People are complaining about roads and schools. So, states, everyone kind of pointed at it and said, not it, right? So nothing happened. So now in the United States, when you call 911 from a mobile device, they have no idea where you are. Uber can find you more easily than 911, which is insane. So the solution to this sort of problem, decentralizing. So I'm going to talk to you today about a very specific use case, one that we address. We call it blockchain 911 in the abstract, or decentralized emergency response. So the big problem that we're looking at solving, 6 billion of the 7 billion people on Earth have no 911. There is no magic number these people can call when something bad happens. As I just said, in the United States, 911 does not know your location when you call 911. Just Uber can find you more easily. 911 does not scale in mass emergencies. So things like earthquakes, fires, things that strike without warning. A lot of people are in trouble. Everyone's calling 911 at once. You basically have a DDoS type situation. So 911 does not scale up with mass emergencies. And finally, 911 does not alert multiple nearby responders who can get to you faster and possibly even save your life in a much quicker and more effective way than a centralized 911 solution would do, because 911 has no idea of nearby responders. So the solution, a new type of emergency room. We think that, what would you build today if you were starting from scratch with location sharing with mobile devices? In our minds, the answer is to start over. The way the world should work is no matter where you are on Earth, all you should have to do is press a button when you're in trouble. This sends your alert to the cloud looks down and sees what people and resources are already nearby. Then it activates, coordinates, pushes all that up to you as quickly as possible. Our big vision, World 911. So, basically press a button, help comes no matter where you are on Earth. So in the idealized version of blockchain 911, the act of processing alerts would be the act of mining the blockchain, right? So it'd be fully decentralized. I press that button, it starts the blockchain in motion. That would be the idealized version of it. And then the act of mining would be processing alerts and coordinating response. And this would be true even if, the government near your area collapsed or any company collapsed, this emergency blockchain would still run, it would still process emergencies. And finally, there would be an API where if you invent a cool new device and you want to plug it into this emergency blockchain, and a little pendant you wear around your neck, and crash protection in a car, there would be an API, a way for you to plug that in. But this is too ideal when we thought about it, right? So blockchains are tortoises. I know the speaker earlier was talking about how slow blockchains were and how they were designed to be slow so that they could build consensus. And the more nodes you have to build the consensus, the more communication has to happen, and therefore, all blockchains are slow. So in an emergency, you want a hare, and blockchains are a tortoise, so it's the opposite of what we want. Second, because of the nature of what we're doing, we cannot risk a CryptoKitties-like event. So you've probably heard CryptoKitties discussed today. That was an event that happened on the Ethereum blockchain. One app became very popular overnight, and all of a sudden, Ethereum ground to a halt. Transactions were taking anywhere from 8 hours to 2 days to clear. So if transactions in our emergency blockchain are emergencies, alerts, they cannot ever get in a position where they're taking 8 hours to 2 days. So for that reason alone, we have to rule out building it in this fashion. Finally, sorry, I'm trying to count how this is. Sorry, I don't remember what I wrote here. What does it say?
The third one. Some functions should remain centralized. That's the third one. Yeah. Some functions must remain centralized.
Because of this, right? So because of this, some functions must remain centralized. We cannot completely decentralize this whole thing. However, we can create a hybrid today. That hybrid is what we call a Guardian Circle. It's a community emergency response network. And friends, family, and neighbors help one another in times of crisis. So very practically speaking, so we built this. And this is the app that we built. The way it works is, when you're in trouble, open up the app, press the alert button, or you can use one of the myriad number of devices that are connected, that are paired with your account via the Guardian Circle API. So we do have it in. So when you press the button, however the alert is generated, the alert goes up to the cloud sends it out to all these people who now their phones are starting to buzz and blow up. So who are these people? Who are your responders? Well, it starts with your guardians. These are people you're pre-connected with in the network. It can also include strangers. So if you have opted into sending your alert to strangers that are nearby that have Guardian Circle running, we allow it, and they would have to opt into receiving alerts from strangers as well. Down the road, we will add in private response. So think like private EMTs, private security, folks like that. and eventually official response. So regular 911 should be on the script as well. We sort of superset it with all these other things, but there's absolutely no reason why they shouldn't be part of the loop as well. And when these responders respond to an alert, they're all brought into the alert room, which looks like this. There's a map at the top that shows everyone's location, and a chat room at the bottom. So in under 30 seconds, everybody knows where everybody else is, and everybody can talk to everybody, and this is the important part, whether they knew each other beforehand or not. They all know you, but they don't all know each other. But having your mom and your neighbor talk to one another during your emergency, super helpful, could save your life. My Spanish is lacking here.
Immediate help.
Yes, so this is, we call this a flash model tab, that's what we're generating. Or if you're technically inclined, you know what edge delivery is? Edge delivery of help. So think like you occupy a CDN of help. That's basically what we're doing. We're doing the same thing with people. After your alert is over, and hopefully it's gone well, anyone who responded to your alert, so all those people who are in your alert room, are now brought up for you on this reward screen. And this is where you have an opportunity to reward your responders with guard, which is our token. So you basically, Patrick at the top there helping Warden, Fred at the bottom, so I hit the plus button a little bit more for Patrick. And when I'm done, just hit send reward and off it goes. So benefits of this, this means my emergency grid travels with me because sending tokens, you don't go through a banking system. It is immediate. It's delivered within 10 to 15 seconds. It can go across borders. And on top of that, the participants, the early participants in the Guardian Circle network have an opportunity to collect guard tokens in a time when they're worth pennies. And so this could potentially be very good for them later on. And so where does it go? Well, there is an in-app guard wallet. And this is something, this is a custom wallet that we built from scratch. It only deals in guard. It doesn't allow you to store Bitcoin or any other coin. And notice something very interesting about this wallet. You send guard to a human face and name. You don't have to ever use a crypto admin. So one of the places where we've all fallen down in the crypto universe is on user interface. They've all been basically terrible. None of them have been consumer simple. So when we decided we had this ability, when we decided we needed to include a wallet in our app, we decided a couple other things at the same time. Number one, people in our universe are not crypto people. They're not people even on a Bitcoin or have ever been on Coinbase, right? So we decided we had to provide absolutely everything they would need to exist and operate in a crypto universe, including guard. So there's the wallet, there's guard, and an easy way for people to send crypto to one another that is consumer simple. So that is what we built. We built it, I'm lying a little bit here, we built it on top of Neo, which is a Net5, so a Neo token. If you're familiar with the Neo ecosystem, it's very much like Ethereum or EOS. In fact, it's a competitor of both of those ecosystems. So, thank you. English is very nice. Thank you. Are you took that last point? Yes. So the user interface is extremely important. And the other people who are talking about a similar user interface are Facebook's Libra. So they're able to send Libra to a face and a name because they're able to build it on top of the Facebook social graph to match up the crypto wallet address with the actual users. So we are also likewise building a social graph for Guardians, which is how we're able to achieve what we need. And how do we build our social graph? Using our in-app contact invite system. So this is a very sophisticated bit of machinery. Probably 40 to 50% of all the work on the app went on this part. It's very LinkedIn-like, and our users have a very compelling non-crypto reason, mutual safety, grant access to their contacts, and send invites. So this is massively viral. We're already seeing the early results of that, and so far it looks like our suspicions will true. But that's not enough. As you help us grow our network of emergency response, as you invite people to be your guardian and they accept and download the app and sign up, you earn guard. So refer a friend, you earn a little bit of guard. So you're effectively, because guard is effectively the unit of safety in our universe, you can earn safety by helping us grow the network. So I think this can be very powerful for bootstrapping safety networks worldwide. Those areas where the 6 billion people exist that have no emergency response, we think this sort of thing could be very powerful. Unlike other systems like 911, we do scale in mass emergencies. So this is showing an example here of multiple inbound simultaneous alerts. Each of our users is capable of receiving any number of multiple simultaneous inbound alerts. Basically, as many will fit on the screen, so we'll call it 10. That means that the system can never generate more alerts than there are actual people who can respond, people who can actually respond. Because the edge is always bigger in some fashion than the amount of people who can generate alerts. So this is very useful for things like hurricanes, earthquakes, and the recent wildfires we just had in California. We also provide full alert transcripts. This is basically what you would expect. So chat logs, everything that occurred within the alert room, the location of all the responders, where they moved to, timestamps, who did what when. So this is also very useful if you missed an alert, you were sleeping, and you wake up the next morning, you're like, oh my God, Fred had an emergency. But I missed the alert. I wish I knew what happened. And I just click through and have a look. So today, these transcripts are stored in a centralized database. However, in the very near future, we will store them on a blockchain. When they are on a blockchain, they will be immutable and tamper-proof. This means that corrupt officials cannot alter the evidence. To be fair, corrupt alerters can't alter anything. All parties involved can rest assured that this is a true record of exactly what happened during the emergency. We also provide an API. So any hardware manufacturer can connect any alert device to our emergency grid. So government 911 has no API, we do. So what are the alert devices? Well, they start with the things that are sort of obvious. You've all seen the "I've fallen and can't get up" commercials, right? So those are like little buttons that the seniors wear around their necks. So when they fall and they can't get up, they push a button. That's one example of an alert device. But also things that are passive, like car interfaces, do crash detection, watches that do fall detection, so they know when you fall. Voice interfaces, things like Alexa, things like Google Voice. Wander management. This is where grandpa gets a little confused, wanders off away from the house, hits a geofence. Once it passes it, boom, that sets off the Guardian Circle alert. So there's a million things that can set off the Guardian Circle alert. And how do these devices plug into our universe? Well, you stake guard for API access. So the going rate right now is 1 guard equals 1 device. So if you're a company and would like to add 1 million devices to our alert grid, you get 1 million, you buy 1 million guard, you put it into a wallet, you send us the wallet address, and we will give you an API key that's tied to that wallet address. And so long as you keep that guard staked in there, your devices will remain active within our universe. And obviously, we're going to be reasonable about this, but just yank them out if something happens. And talk to you first. So I should probably tell you, there are a total of 80 million guard in the world, and that's it. There'll never be any more. So it's like Bitcoin. It's a fixed free-mind supply. So over time, the war for guard could get to be a thing. Never know. So we recently we ate our own dog food. That means we staked guard and provided API keys to the X Prize Foundation for use in the Women's Safety X Prize. Who here's heard of the X Prize? Nobody, really. Oh, you have, eh? So the X Prize is like a big deal. It's amazing. Half people know what it is, half people seem not to. The very first X Prize was about 10 years ago. It was a $10 million prize put up for the first commercial entity to send a rocket into space. And that was won by Virgin Spaceship One, which later became Virgin Galactic. But it was the thing that sort of kicked off the Elon Musk SpaceX world that we live in today. So they said, oh my God, this X Prize thing works. We should use it to solve all these other problems in the world. So they set up X Prizes for all kinds of things. One of the things that they set it up for, they put up $1 million prize, was for women's safety. Specifically, they were thinking of India. And this is a very relevant example because it's an example where government broke down pretty horribly. When women are assaulted in India and they call the police, all too often the police will come and assault them again. So the answer is, not more cops, right, which is usually the answer to crime, right? So if you've got infinite cops, it wouldn't solve the problem. So how do you solve a problem like that? The X-Prize people, the only rational conclusion they came to was we have to decentralize it. We have to create a button somehow that women can wear. When they push that button, alert goes out to peers, to friends, family, and neighbors, and that summons the response network to wherever they are. So the prize itself was to create that hardware device. And that has its own challenges associated with it. What happens when you submerge it underwater? What happens if you bang it with the hammer? Battery life, signal, power stuff. And they did not want their hardware people to also have to focus on the second half of the problem, which was generating the emergency response. So they approached us and said, would you provide an API for our hardware contestants so that they can, they don't have to rebuild what you've already built. We, of course, said yes. So this was, there were about 100 contestants. We went to Mumbai, India with the 22 finalists and tested their devices on the streets of Mumbai. So they were all walking around setting off alerts for their devices. So these are some pictures of some of those devices. And this is my watch, which is getting, melting down from all the alerts coming into it during the course of the testing. We also ate our own dog food again and plugged in Amazon Alexa into our API and alert grid. So now if you have Guardian Circle on your phone, you can download the Alexa app and pair it with your Guardian Circle account. And if you've fallen and you can't get up, you can just yell to your Alexa device, I've fallen and I can't get up, and that will set off the Guardian Circle alert. We also have a thing we call Guardian Circle Patrol. And the idea here is, we had a lot of inbound requests for this after we made the regular Guardian Circle. Any response organization can add their services to our emergency grid. Government doesn't allow for a marketplace of response service participants. Typically, those are monopoly contracts awarded by the city to an ambulance company or some other company. It's not really a marketplace, it's awarded contracts. We think it should be a marketplace. So, and on top of that, there are uses for this particular product outside of that. Anyone who protects a particular geography, so think corporations like Google with a corporate campus, cities, of course, municipalities, but also hotels and resorts, things like Disneyland, theme parks, university campuses, hospitals, of course, private security companies and private EMT companies. For all of these folks, again, we use guard. So you stake guard to access all alerts within a specified geofence area. And the amount of guard that it takes, we'll talk to you, but it's basically the number of people multiplied by the size of the geography you want to cover. And this is what the product looks like that you will get. And it's effectively our God view of our own system. And that's what you're looking at right now. This is what we see on our end. And this is not a mock-up. This is an actual screenshot of Guardian Circle at the moment where there were a number of alerts going on all over the world. We would give you a version of this, but constrained to your specific geography and geofence. So our traction today, what have we done? We just announced this last week, we just added 3 Uber execs to our advisory board. These are all senior VP or higher folks who have 5+ years experience rolling out multiple Uber products in multiple geographies. They'll be very helpful to us in doing similar sorts of rollouts. Fast Company gave us an award in 2018, the other thing from Newsweek. And this is a blockchain movie called Trust Machine, which is going to be out on Amazon and all the VOD services, Amazon, etc., on November 15th. It's been out for about a year in theaters around the world. It's directed by Alex Winter. If you've ever seen Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, he's Bill, so he was the director of this movie. And Rosario Dawson is the narrator. And we're also another thing, a television show called The Rise of Blockchain that Joe Lubin, Ethereum fame, is one of the executive producers of, and Leonardo DiCaprio is the other executive producer. So now you've just seen all of the different pieces and parts of the Guard ecosystem. Guardian Circle app was just released, the 3.0 version of the app, which is a major upgrade. We just released it about a week ago. So please download it. You can download it in Panama or anywhere in the world. It's only in English right now. We do have Spanish and Portuguese versions coming before the end of the year. And Guard is up on a couple of exchanges, so I'll let you find that on your own. And that's it. I'll open it up to questions and then we'll get food. How's that?
Thank you so much, Mark. Do you have any questions for Mark? Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon. A little more aside, what chain are you using and how do you expect to get it to work with the chats? You said that right now it's centralized, but you already are the chat with the EMR, with the emergency response system. You want that to be commercial? Huh?
You talking about regular 911?
There was one of the slides that showed that when someone was chatting with the EMR, that conversation will be committed. Eventually is in the roadmap to be committed to.
You're talking about putting the transcript on the blockchain.
Yeah, the transcript. How will that work? Because I believe those transcripts probably have personal information as well. So they say something like, it probably has some personal information of the person.
Sorry, the question. I got the second part. The first question, I know. So we are on the Neo blockchain. So we're, so that's a blockchain. We're at 5 token. So the transcripts are something that we have a lot of people ask for in earlier incarnations of Guardian Circle. The reason why is because if there was an alert that was missed, the other responders who missed the alert would wake up or find it or whatever, and they wouldn't know what had happened. The alert rooms used to be ephemeral, and everything would be erased at all times. So we had many situations where things were happening, responders were stressed out and they didn't know how things were resolved. And so we just had an overwhelming request for this feature. Your transcripts are only revealed to people that you are explicitly connected to as guardians in the network, and when you unconnect, all of your transcripts go away from that person. They can't be used anymore. So, that's sort of a compromise into meeting. That answer your question?
Yeah, but that is related to the chain itself. You have the roadmap, the smaller down, the request saying that we wanted that to be decentralized. How are you going to control the decentralization of that transcript alongside the privacy?
Yeah, we'll have to preserve the privacy, obviously, as we're saying what we're doing right now. So we have, our intent is to release that sometime in Q1 or Q2 of next year, but that's not part of this time. Could be other convenience. People are pretty satisfied with the fact that we have transcripts now. So, I think it's a cool idea to put it on the blockchain, but there may be other features that people want first.
Nothing more questions? Okay, thank you so much, Mark. I'm talking, Mark. Okay, we would like to remember that for those who are registered for the workshop tomorrow with Dr. Papa, please bring your computers. You're going to need them. Now I'm going to leave you with Mr. David Price and has some words for you.
¿Español o inglés? ¿Quién habla inglés solamente? Just English? All right, we'll do it in Spanish. Bueno, hoy tuvimos muchas cosas interesantes de los speakers que vinieron, hablando de muchos temas. Mañana tenemos también speaker internacional que va a hablar también de temas muy interesantes. Y como hablamos, esto es para empezar la conciencia en Panamá de la necesidad de empezar a incursionar en blockchain, criptomoneda, toda esta nueva forma de hacer negocios. Yo leí un artículo de un experto que dijo que blockchain hoy en día está como el Internet en 1996. Ahora, alguno aquí no se va a recordar de esto, quiere decir que son jóvenes, pero personas como yo de la edad mía se recuerda que en 1996 no existía Google, Facebook. Es como dice mi hijo, usted tenía iPad y eso cuando era mi edad, y yo tenía 10 años. Y nosotros no teníamos ni televisor en esa edad. Entonces, pero toda esa empresa, Microsoft, Amazon, no Microsoft, o sea, toda esa empresa que está desarrollando todo el sistema de Internet que ustedes conocen hoy en día, no existía en 1996. Y los expertos dicen que blockchain hoy en día está como en esa época, 1996. Todo sabía que Internet iba a ser grande, iba a ser algo poderoso, que iba a transformar vida. Y definitivamente pasó así. Y hoy en día dice lo mismo de blockchain, que va a ser grande, inmenso, que va a transformar vida, negocio, la forma en que uno se va a comunicar y hacer negocio. Y esta es la razón que estamos aquí desarrollando estos temas en Panamá para tener esa conversación sobre blockchain, para el gobierno empiece a pensar en esa forma, los bancos, la industria, y sí todo, por el blockchain para todo. Entonces le damos muchas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros. Empezamos mañana a las 9 en punto, ¿verdad? 9. Y bueno, nos vemos entonces mañana. Hay coffee break, ya va a estar afuera para que se vaya por lo menos con algo en el estómago. Y entonces nos vemos mañana. Muchas gracias.